Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. Take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. Take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
And shake hands. The Leicestershire players follow them because, Ed, Gloucestershire about to resume their second innings on 10 without loss and in a very strong position. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Richard. Morning, everybody. Yes, 150-run lead for Gloucestershire after they were able to bring about quite a collapse yesterday with the new ball especially. Sham Massoud was dismissed last ball before lunch by Ollie Price, as Gloucestershire didn't take that new ball, which turned out to be exactly the right decision because Sham Massoud was dismissed for a terrific 111, and once he was dismissed, it really was a bit of a cascade of wickets, as Leicestershire lost, was it 6 for 22 in the end, with Matt Taylor finishing off with a 5-wicket haul, 5 for 70, and Ajit Singh Dale claiming the other victims, 3 for 78. His final figures, so the new ball very much doing the trick, and it is still a new ball for Leicestershire here. Gloucestershire, well, their approach, I chatted to Ajit Singh Dale yesterday evening, and they are very much of the attitude that they need to win 3 games out of 3, and so I don't see why they wouldn't be looking to be positive and set a target. Unfortunately, from their point of view, it seems as though the forecast later on isn't that great. Obviously, it's good to have, from their point of view, the sunshine now, but in a way you'd almost rather you got the rain out of the way so you knew how many overs you were dealing with, rather than have the rain come later and then you could set exactly up what you wanted, but then you might not actually get the chance to bowl at Leicestershire. So I'm not sure what they'll have decided. They'll have had those discussions this morning, but you would figure that Gloucestershire would look to be quite positive with this 150-run lead.
Josh Holt, to finish his over from yesterday, is going to start proceedings from the pavilion end. Bowls just outside off stump, and Ben Charlesworth, who suffered a nasty blow on his sort of right hand,
Phillips,
or I beg your pardon, Joe Phillips, on his right hand and sort of ribs area.
Yeah, so he showed me the bruise.
Has he got a nice
actually.
bruise?
Yes, it's one of those.
Is it ribs?
Yeah, or sort of side, just below the ribs. I think it was fleshy part rather than bone, but it has a bruise which is very much cricket ball shaped.
Probably as well that it was the fleshy part rather than the bone. That could have cracked a rib, couldn't it, really? Phillips is on strike now. Charlesworth having pushed that one into the point area and taking a single 11 without loss. 4 balls left in the over. Hull is in. Bowls to Phillips onto the legs, calmly turned out to deep square, where Shan Masood, yesterday's Centurion, is waiting. Ed had a chat to Ajit. I had a chat to Shan. I said to him, you know, you've been there, done it on an international stage. Do you still get nervous on days that are going to come like this, when a lot is at stake, but not necessarily for you per se, but you know, for the dressing room? Absolutely, he said. Yeah, it's why we still play the game for days like this. It raises the adrenaline levels. You sense everybody's, not tension as such, but the sort of raised expectations, and indeed, he said it's going to be a big old day, and so it is. Hull is in and bowls outside off stump, steered down towards the gully. A good diving stop away to his left by Stevie Eskenazi. Make sure that there are no runs, and it's a calm start to proceedings. It's not quite Keats's season of mists and mellow fruitfulness yet. There's a coolish wind though, and just sort of driving through Leicester to the ground, the parks, that the leaves were swirling. It was slightly autumnal. Hull turns, shirt hanging out of the back of his trousers, number 20 on his back for the tall left-hander, goes in and bowls. Foolish, nicely driven, but a good diving stop, or falling stop away to his right by the skipper. Ian Holland at mid-off means that Charlesworth isn't going to pick up any runs from that particular delivery. You wouldn't say that the Uptonsteel County Ground was packed to the rafters on such an important day. Indeed, I'm looking around, seeing there's a few little knots of spectators, more so below us. Getting out of the wind is the key, I think.
Yep, it's breezy, and I suppose it's sort of a shame because you don't know exactly when it's going to come. It may come because of rain rather than a moment on the field. Let's hope it's the latter.
Hull bowl short and wide and cut away to the man on the point boundary. Masood forms the long barrier, throws in, nice throw above the stumps taken by Ben Cox, and again another over fairly comfortably negotiated by Joe Phillips and Ben Charlesworth. They have 6 apiece, 13 without loss. Happily, we've got a nice round number for the lead from the first innings of 140, and even we can probably do the sums on that one without making too many. Well, I speak for myself. 153 is now the lead for Gloucestershire.
So, of course, we did have that, and I actually only just realised this, of course, because we had those 5 balls to make up. Now it's 96 overs left in the day. So actually, that's the longest. This is the longest final day that's possible. You can have more than 96 on the final day, but 96 plus 5 balls. So.
Exactly.
You never know. It could be the number
In
of balls
theory,
that make
yeah.
the difference, as we suggested, possibly with the tongue firmly in cheek, about the 2 runs that Gloucestershire managed in the 13 deliveries that were possible when, against all odds, we went back out and played yesterday evening. Logan Van Beek from the Bennett end with a slip and a gully, bowling to Charlesworth, and he beats him. And there's a bit of bounce there, which we did see with the new ball yesterday as well. The pitch is certainly not died, which I thought might happen, and it could be that sharp shower that caused them to go off yesterday afternoon has maybe just spiced it up a little bit. Van Beek, tall action, bowls now, and Charlesworth inside edges that one onto his pad, and the ball trickles away safely, well away from the stumps, but he was just a little bit jumpy after he played the shot, just thinking it might go back onto the stumps. So certainly not playing things away yet, Gloucestershire. I mean, in an ideal world, if you got all these overs in, you would have thought that you'd feel that you needed, as Charlesworth crashes that one away off the back foot, hits it hard, but there's a sweeper out at deep cover, keep that to a single, 14 without loss. You'd feel, given that Leicestershire have no need actually to go for any total that Gloucestershire set, you'd feel you're going to need to make the run rate fairly appealing to Leicestershire in order to actually make them go at it. I suppose the likes of Sol Budinger probably wouldn't care too much about what the run rate was. They would play their way, but in terms of creating this sort of scenario where Leicestershire go for it, you do need to leave it quite friendly, I would have thought. And then also in terms of actually bowling a side out, we saw what happened at Canterbury earlier this season as Phillips pushes that one away into the gap in the covers, and then just about avoids Logan Van Beek's follow through. It was almost a bit of a collision there. Their shirts might have brushed against each other, and I think there's a friendly word between them after that, but it's one more run, 15 without loss. But at Canterbury earlier this season, 41 overs Gloucestershire gave themselves. They actually got a lot closer than I think a lot of people thought, but that's not really enough time. You wouldn't think. Van Beek to Charlesworth, who plays a bit of a thrash, really. I thought it was aimed through the offside to start with, but it's been dragged out through mid-wicket, but he's made plenty good enough connection on it, even if it wasn't exactly where I expected the ball to go. Maybe it was where he expected, I'm not sure, but it was a bit of a fetch across the line, but it brings him 4 runs, first boundary for him either yesterday or today, and he moves into double figures, 19 without loss.
Yeah, it didn't look right at all, but he got loads of it somehow, and it fairly whistled out to the deep mid-wicket boundary, so he knew what he was about there, Ben Charlesworth, and also perhaps a sign of things to come over the next hour or so.
It was a bit of a come over to my side, right arm over the wicket, angling across, must have been outside off stump, and he's wanting to fetch it leg side, shorter boundary there, I guess. Van Beek bowls and Charlesworth cuts away just for the single through the covers, and it's 20 for no wicket after 8 overs. Charlesworth would be the one of these two that really would have the ability to open the taps and score incredibly quickly. With Joe Phillips, his 100 against Middlesex, he certainly showed that he's got the shots, but at the moment Charlesworth is the much more experienced white ball player, and also has been Gloucestershire's T20 finisher as well, so he's able to hit the ball incredibly hard. So if you're looking in terms of roles, it may be Charlesworth that it's incumbent upon to play a few more shots.
Hull then over the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth, a little bit short up on his toes outside off stump, calmly steering the ball into the covers, just sufficiently wide of Sol Budinger, who's Leicestershire's one man in there at the moment, to call Phillips through for the single. We'd love to hear from you today. I suspect there'll be quite a lot of Leicestershire supporters listening from overseas or elsewhere in the country other than Leicestershire and Rutland, and you can get in touch. Let's give you a shout out. Sure, a few nails already being chewed. richardray23@gmail.com, old-fashioned email. Blue Sky at richmr23. In goes Holm, bowls to Phillips, neatly turned off his legs. Out to Shan Masood, who's been busy this morning, sweeping on either leg side or offside, depending on which batsman is facing. 22 without loss, no real alarms. Only once so far this morning has the bat been beaten. Logan van Beek getting one to move away from Ben Charlesworth, and you would expect that with still the new ball. In fact, it should be nigh on perfect for the bowlers at the moment. The lacquer should be coming off now. 8.2 overs in. Outfield noticeably softer after yesterday's rain. In goes Hall, bowled short, pulled, and that before. Nice shot from Charlesworth. Again, he had time. Hall banging it in, and it sat up nicely, sort of on the hip area. Didn't really get up. A nice swivel from Charlesworth, and he got it well in front of square. There is the sweeper out there, but he had no chance. It's John Tattersall out there, so once again Ben Mike, who came off with a hamstring issue, which he's hoping it was just a spasm, but hasn't really fielded. I think he did field for sort of some short sessions, but he's still clearly fielding it anyway. They're not risking it. John Tattersall's out there, and he's backward of square at the moment. Hull is in, and Bolt looking for the Yorker, rather floated down. It was a good delivery, it was the Yorker pretty much, but Charlesworth saw it early and just kind of waited for it. It wasn't a quick Yorker, it was a slightly floaty one, and he just jammed down on it and pushed it out into the offside.
Yeah, you may also have rather expected that. Either the follow-up banged in, or probably was also thinking, we're not going to want to be pulled again. But as you said, it did seem to give him that little bit of time to line it up.
Hull in, bowls, quicker delivery on off stump, good delivery on length, well played by Charlesworth, waited for it on the back foot and steered it out towards point. Eskenazi was quickly onto it, so no run. We're also obviously on Fox's TV on YouTube or via the club website. You can comment on there if you're a subscriber. It doesn't cost anything to be a subscriber, and if you do comment on there, it'd be good to see you commenting on there, just to get rid of some of the betting addicts, and I'll try and give you a shout out as well. In goes Hull, bowl short, cut away, again looking to have loads of time there, Ben Charlesworth, and once again Shan Masood is well positioned on the point boundary to keep it to 1 instead of 4. 27 without loss. Gloucestershire proceeded nicely this morning. 17 runs added in fairly quick time by Joe Phillips and Ben Charlesworth, and that lead growing nicely. 167 now.
Yeah, and I think they've batted at a good tempo so far these two. They're not taking really any risks yet. The two boundaries that we've seen, one along the ground and one hit incredibly hard well away from a fielder, and actually there are lots of singles out there, and you know, you can score at a decent rate just in singles. Van Beek bowls, that one comes back in towards Charlesworth. There might be a couple here, but no, it's off the short boundary, although it's not actually picked up cleanly by Shan Masood as he runs in. It doesn't matter because it is that short boundary. So just the one run to Charlesworth is on to 1928 for no wicket. We'll endeavour to keep you up to date with what is going on elsewhere, which has a bearing on both these teams, particularly that game at Lords between Middlesex and Derbyshire, the two sides immediately above. Gloucestershire is pushing away. Fine is Phillips. He beats the dive of the gully, so we'll just get a single. Hull comes in off the deep third boundary, so Phillips dealing in singles so far, 29 without loss. There has been an early wicket at Lords where Ryan Higgins has removed Lewis Rees, LBW for 22, so Derbyshire leading by 28 runs, effectively 28 for 2. If one of those two sides is to win, and Bake bowls inside edge on the drive, back onto his pad. Phillips looking for a single. Charlesworth says no. The ball goes to mid-off. One of the few times actually that Charlesworth has really gone very hard at the ball. And a couple of inside edges have been found by Van Beek. Leicestershire, of course, will hope it's a draw, I'm guessing. That seems to be wanted from their perspective. If one of the two sides is to win from a Gloucestershire point of view, it would be Middlesex. Short, pulled away by Charlesworth. Great connection on that. Two bounces and crashing away towards the closed, sadly, Friends of Grace Road cake stand down there. And 4 runs to Ben Charlesworth is onto that pull shot very quickly and into the 20s. 33 without loss. The reason for that being that whilst of course Gloucestershire will very much hope that they can find a way to force a victory here, I suppose they'll gain a couple of points on Middlesex because they only got 1 batting point, whereas Gloucestershire got 4. And Bake bowls, Charlesworth drives into the ground, and it's off the hand of Van Beek. Tried to clasp it away to his left, but they'll just take the 1 on the ricochet. 34 without loss. But Middlesex are a side that Gloucestershire still have to play. That's the last round, so I guess if there were any sort of chance of a win against Middlesex, then you'd rather they were picking up the points rather than Derbyshire. Van Beek last ball of the over bowls. Phillips turns it down to fine leg. There'll be another single here, and Phillips moves into double figures. It's 35 for no wicket at the end of that over. In terms of the match at Northamptonshire against Glamorgan, you would feel that one nailed on for a draw, and Glamorgan will take a good chunk of points from that one. They got full bowling points, even though Northamptonshire made 413, and also 4 batting points. But Gloucestershire supporters will hope for some sort of mega Glamorgan collapse so that they lose, but it doesn't seem likely, that cricket that they've been playing. But those are the 2 games really that we'll be keeping a closest eye on elsewhere.
And Leicestershire's captain in this game directs a little bit of traffic. He tells Tattersall, who's out there on the point boundary, to go a little bit wider to the cover stroke extra cover boundary. Hull to continue from the pavilion end into Joe Phillips. The right-hander turns him off his legs, takes the first run quickly because Longleg has to move to his left, and he says, yeah, there's a second one in that on the throw, and indeed there was. It wasn't a bad throw, but it wasn't right over the stumps, and Phillips moves on to 12, 37 without loss. Good morning to David Hutchinson, who is not for once in Rome with affogatos, but he's working from his garden office in Shepshed. Set us 300 from 65 overs? Question mark. Not sure we'd bite. We wouldn't.
No.
To be honest, David, I think you would have to be more generous than that.
Yeah.
A lot more generous than that. for Leicestershire to be remotely interested in throwing the bat. In goes Hull and bowls. Phillips again turns him off his legs. He's worked him away pretty much every ball he's faced. The right-hander out to Masood out there on the square leg boundary. He says, not sure if we'd bite, but if Patel and Budinger get us off to a quick start, it could be interesting. Yeah, I'm not convinced, David, but by that particular equation,
I think the number of overs may have to be somewhere around there for Gloucestershire, especially because you're likely to get interruptions, so you may not get all of those 60 overs, but in terms of the runs, yeah, it's got to be.
You would guess that they'd want to start before lunch, probably. You know, have a little burst, even just 4 overs, something like that. Hull bowls, defensive. Turn of the wrist slightly from Charlesworth to that straight delivery, back down the pitch it goes, although that would mean losing 2 overs, so it may be that declaration would come at lunch, will come at lunch. 280 off 60 odd sounds a bit more feasible, plausible to me. He's really sure, really.
No, it is a really hard one, because it's tricky enough to set up these sorts of declarations anyway, never mind with all the imponderables as far as the weather.
Hull bowled, little bit short, little bit wide, cut away in some style by Charlesworth, but again he's been pounding the hands of Masood out there on the point boundary, and does so again. Walking across the outfield, it was noticeably softer. It's no longer quite as bruising for the fielders as it was. Still very fast, but purely objectively, I'm sure the ground staff will be quite happy to have seen it get something of a soaking yesterday. It needed it. A little stutter at the start of his run. Gets to the crease, bowls full. Phillips jams it out, waits for it, plays it competently. The attempted Yorker was just outside off stump, played it nonetheless. Back down the pitch to Josh Hull, who turns and asks umpire Adnan. Umpires having changed ends. At last, it was pretty much for the final day, a little bit of yesterday obviously as well. Tells him that there is just the one to come. Up the slope he comes from the pavilion end, and bowls on off stump. Phillips, everything nicely close together, leans into the defensive push, runs the ball out towards Lewis Hill at mid-off, and it's the end of the over. He seems to have, Hull, don't know what you think, quite a lot more control going up the slope, which slows him down than he did coming down the slope, but he does take probably a little bit of nip out of his bowling.
Yeah, I don't know if also maybe he's thinking, well, a couple of things. One, just a little bit of less pace to try and get more movement with the new ball, or whether there is part of him thinking, well, let's just hold this back a little bit and not strain every sinew. And after what happened in the first innings, I don't know whether that's a factor at all. But yeah, so it doesn't seem to be hurrying the Gloucestershire batters in the same way as it was in the first innings. Van Beek over the wicket in now, and Charlesworth pulls his top edge. This is get very lucky. He'll land right between 3 fielders, and then it's going to go for 4. Good grief! It landed and then seemed to gather pace on the first bounce, and there was a dive after it from Hill, who I thought was going to get it quite easily, and I think all 3 fielders thought that was just going to plug. Is there a part of the outfield there that's made of rubber? Because I don't know what that hit, but it suddenly span away to the boundary. It was a lucky landing spot for multiple reasons there. Firstly, just between the 2 fielders in the deep and Budinger running back from backward point, completely top-edged pull shot, and then he gets 4 for it. Van Beek into Charlesworth, who drives in controlled fashion wide of mid-off. There'll be a sliding stop there, and just the one this time. 44 for no wicket. There's been a third wicket at Lord's. It's starting to get dramatic, and it's Wayne Madsen who is LBW. Roland Jones for 7, so Derbyshire are effectively 31 for 3 now.
Oh Lord.
Oh Lord. Glamorgan have lost an early one as well. Zain Ul Hassan bowled Proctor for 2, but the double centurion Asa Tribe is there on 7. Glamorgan lead by 67, so did have that first innings lead as well. Van Beek into Phillips, who defends right down into the ground, and it'll go directly next to him. I can tell you, he's an obliging sort, Joe Phillips. He really wants to go and pick the ball up for them, but then he thinks, oh, well, I'd probably better not do that. But
I always wonder whether they sort of ask, shall I pick it up, and is the fielder saying, no, I'll get it, or don't you touch it, or, as you say, just trying to help.
Van Beek to Phillips, who prods forward and finds a huge gap on the offside. Just a defensive shot, really, but again, rotating the strike. Phillips to 14, 45 without loss, so Gloucestershire already pushing this lead up pretty close to that 200 mark. Question is, how close to that 300 mark do they want to get it, and how quickly are they prepared to score in order to do so? Van Beek to Charlesworth, who's for a huge swiping pull shot. The ball outside the off stump. He's trying to target that leg side, understandably. Missed that one, but there is a fine leg and a deep square, but there's a huge open area between that deep square and mid-on. There are only those 3 fielders on the onside, and for somebody with Charlesworth's leverage, he'll still think that he can take that side on, especially given that it is the shorter side. However, Leicestershire are now going to reinforce it slightly. Patel comes out of slip and goes into mid-wicket. Charlesworth ramps it. Doesn't quite get that where I think he was intending to, although actually if he'd run the first one a little more briskly, he might have had a chance at 2, but it may be that he's thinking, actually, considering what Phillips has done this morning, which is basically just get him on strike, and actually he might quite fancy the strike from this end anyway, so he'll keep it with the single, and Gloucestershire lead by 186. There are, has that ticked over? I don't think it has. 90 overs to play with. Potentially lose 2 for the change of innings depending when they do pull out. So 185 for naught effectively, with a probably maximum, although you never know, spinners at both ends, Gloucestershire bowling. Let's say 90 overs just for the sake of it.
Hull into Ben Charlesworth, who drives very pleasantly for 4. Mid-off, who was deep, Holland, ran across to his left, but always looked likely to be in vain. That was arguably the shot of the day from Charlesworth. He's played a few nice ones. 35 or 42 for him brings up the Gloucestershire 50, and if there is a silver lining, and there isn't much of one, the cloud at the moment over Leicestershire, as Woodhouse once wrote, has to be some little dissembler to produce a silver lining, but if there is one, it's that the pitch is still playing fairly well, or appears to be. Hull starts his run, but looks up, or decides to pull out of it. I don't think Charlesworth was quite ready. He went quite early, although he starts from a long way away.
Yeah,
good 22 yards, I would think.
Ben Cox still seem to be waving at some of his offside fields as well. Once the air, so Holland's now dropping deeper.
Yeah, a good 10 yards deeper at mid-off now. He's almost 2/3 of the way back to long off as Hull is in short. chopped away and down into the ground off the bottom edge. It bounces into the leg side to the right of Ben Cox, who takes off his gauntlet, grabs the ball, runs onto it and grabs the ball quickly just to make sure that Phillips isn't inclined to call Charlesworth through for a very cheeky single.
They've certainly got the batting lineup, Gloucestershire, for quick acceleration, especially with Jack Taylor in this side.
Yeah, they're going to get in a position to set 300 in good time here. Leicestershire are going to have to bat well, whatever happens. Hull is in, bowls, bouncer, and just moves his head to one side there, Charles. But then looks hopefully at the umpires on the basis that he thought that might be signalled wide, and umpire Adnan checks with umpire Baldwin and just says, nope, just one for the over. That was just about okay. But it only was just about.
Hangdog expression from Charlesworth as he looked over to see the one for the over signal. Uppercut, maybe? Third's quite wide.
Hull in, bowls, fullish on towards middle and leg and waiting for it. Charlesworth clips him away. Didn't put his full weight into the shot, though. He kicks, and possibly that's why he kicked at the ground as he got down to the non-striker's end. Feels he should have perhaps hit that harder and wider. It ran down towards Hill, who now, like Holland, is well on his way back towards long gone. It was just a single. Charlesworth on to 36, 51 without loss. Hull, the increasing wind ruffling his shirt as he runs in, and Phillips drops it out into the offside off the back foot and takes a step down the pitch, but Buttinger was quickly onto it. You heard the call of no as he saw the Leicestershire opener closing on the ball.
Positive but not reckless. I think that was something that Ajit Singh Dale said yesterday evening. Certainly the not going to go out there and be reckless. I think that's the way they've batted so far.
Yeah, they've batted very well, judging it very nicely. The run rate is 4s, 51 without loss of 12.5. Not taken too many risks. Hull is in and bowls. Phillips pulls, a little short-armed pull that bounces past the sliding, reaching Shan Masood. A little knot in front of the little knot of spectators huddled there under the floodlight in the Uptonsteel stand. Jumped alongside the mitt. That was a nice shot. Didn't really get up, but he went through with the pull anyway and got loads of it. As I say, right down towards mid-wicket. And he moves on to 18.55 without loss, and a really good partnership between these two developing for the visitors.
Yeah, and it's exciting to see it develop, not just in this innings, but this, I'm sure, will be the opening combination, given the way that it's started in this game with 250 partnerships for the rest of the season. And it's a good position to be in, where Gloucestershire have got these two plus Ollie Price batting at 3, and then Cameron Bancroft returning for next year as Van Beek bowls, swung into the leg side by Charlesworth, high and long and over mid-wicket, and for 6 runs. So he does target that leg side, and as so often it's that pocket between long on and deep mid-wicket that Charlesworth targets. It's a little wide of the scoreboard, and he has his first 6. That one was more in his half. Van Beek's tended to be bowling across the left-hander until now, but I think that one just a little bit straighter, allowing him to swing in that arc. On to 42 he goes. Van Beek bowls, Charlesworth pulls, crunching shot, but it will not quite have the beating of deep straight mid-wicket. Charlesworth wants 2, which certainly wouldn't have been there. You can tell that Charlesworth is wanting the strike.
update coming for BBC Radio Leicester.
And cricket now, and Leicestershire are hoping to win promotion in the county championship today. They fought their match against Gloucestershire at Great Road. Richard Ray is there. How are things looking, Richard?
Well, they're going to have to bat very well if they're going to secure the draw that could well secure them that promotion. Gloucestershire are still there. They've just really started their second innings, but they're going very nicely. They had a 140-run lead from the first innings, and their two openers, Joe Phillips and Ben Charlesworth, have already added 62 without being parted at the start of their second. In other words, they already lead by over 200, Gloucestershire. The only really silver lining for the Foxes at the moment is that the pitch is playing very well, and when Gloucestershire declare, as they are likely to do later this morning, perhaps around lunchtime, then the Foxes should be able to bat the day out. But I say should. You never quite know with them. Gloucestershire are 63 without loss in their second innings.
Thanks, Richard.
So Van Beek into Charles with a slower delivery and worked away with a straight bat out towards deep mid-wicket, and there's no chance of a second run there either. Phillips taking one to the one ball. That happened during the update down to fine leg, so two more runs to make it 64 without loss. So the lead going over 200 with that strike from Charlesworth. The field comes up for Phillips with the exception of deep cover point, square leg and fine leg, and he turns this one straight to mid-wicket, so there's no run there. Plenty of drama in the first division as well, as Nottinghamshire chase down, or attempt to chase down, a pretty friendly looking target, but they're 54 for 3 at New Road, needing a further 82 to win. If they win and Surrey draw, and I think I'm right in saying there'll be 1 point between the two sides going into the Nottinghamshire versus Surrey game next round. Field drops back now and allows Phillips to keep the strike, clipping it down to wide long on. So they're very much wanting to bowl at Phillips now rather than Charlesworth, as he's come out blazing away this morning. 65 without loss. Phillips has 20 at the end of that over. Surrey themselves 318 for 5 at the Oval, leading by 316 against Warwickshire, and that's a tricky one for Surrey in a way, because do they just think, okay, we'll risk going in level and we'll just beat Nottinghamshire, or if they were to bring Warwickshire into the game and Warwickshire were to win, then all of a sudden the title chase is really wide open. So there's plenty going on in both divisions, and in terms of relegation as well. Durham 20 for 2 this morning at Chelmsford as Essex declared overnight. Durham trailing by 104 runs, and Durham 12 points behind Essex going in. Durham might be in danger.
Well, Ian Holland has decided to take Josh Hull out of the attack. 5 overs, none for 25 for the young quick, and bring himself on instead. Foxy Phil, where's the rain? No sign of it at the moment. Leicestershire are going to have to do this the proper way, I guess. Field has come back in for Phillips now for the bowling of Holland. It's a relatively conventional field, sweepers aside, as Holland bowls, and a fraction short, and leaning forward. Phillips whips it away off the straight out towards deep mid-wicket, where Masood is fielding. One is taken. Phillips on to 21, 66 without loss, 206 the lead. Loads of overs left. All part of the plan, says Fango. Not, well, with a grin. No, don't. Round the wicket goes Holland. Bowls very short and chopped away by Charlesworth, and his head immediately goes down because he sees the ball is once again running straight out to Masood. The throw is over Ben Cox, but the alert Tattersall had come running in from the leg side boundary just to make sure there weren't any overthrows, and there weren't.
Swinging his arms and loosening his shoulders, Charlesworth, after that one. Non-strikers end.
Yes, here we go. Holland is in, pulled out to deep mid-wicket, where of course Shan Masood is being kept extremely busy. He must have fielded the ball well into double figures already this morning. Shan Masood. Single is taken. Phillips on to 22. Field. Perhaps they saw Charles was swinging his arms there, because on the leg side they are now all on the leg side boundary. Round the wicket goes Holland, and bowls. Charlesworth takes a couple of steps down the wicket and crashes it away through the offside. You can take it as read that unless I tell you otherwise, Shan Masood is the fielder, and was again. Single taken. 4 out of 4 on this over?
Something like that, isn't it? Well, yeah.
This over alone.
They're bowling it wide to Holland is bowling slow and wide to Charlesworth and basically asking him to create all the pace. There's not many gaps through that offside.
Holland is in and bowls slower ball. Phillips waits for it and nurdles it out towards mid-wicket, but there is actually, unluckily for him, a mid-wicket in the form of Eskenazi, so there isn't a quick single to be taken. They probably could have done it, they'd both gone. That said, Eskenazi is now retreating to the mid-wicket boundary, so every fielder on the leg side out on the boundary, also 2 on the offside at third man and cover. Holland is in, another slower ball that is clipped neatly by Phillips out to, well, actually it's Eskenazi, got there before Masood, and so on that occasion it wasn't Shan Masood. 70 without loss after 15. Run rate has crept up towards 5, 4.7 now. 46 Charlesworth, 23 Phillips. The lead 210. What's exercising the umpires, I wonder? They're well wrapped up out there, understandably. So that wind is it's been mild of late. There's been plenty of wind. It's tended to come from the south-southwest, but now it feels chillier. It's sort of swung around a bit more easterly. Looking at the flags. Oh, actually, it's not easterly, it's coming the other way. But either way, it's chilly.
Yeah. Still no change from the Bennett end. Van Beek continues his work. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 32. And it's been a very different story this morning in terms of run scoring compared with yesterday. They've scored at about a run a ball today. Van Beek bowling, Phillips low pull. He might have picked the gap here between deep square and fine leg. They've got to be careful not to collide. They do sort of collide, not at any great pace. Charlesworth turns and comes back for a 3rd run. So the combination of Hill and Tattersall able to save 1. Thankfully they didn't go crashing into each other with any massive force. Pulled out of the slide tackle, did Johnny Tattersall. At 3 runs gets Charlesworth back on strike. Possibly you could say the ideal score off that ball for Gloucestershire as Van Beek goes tumbling down in his follow through. Charlesworth bunts it into the onside. They're going to come back for 2 here. It's good running again as it's hurled in by Shan Masood, and the throw misses the stumps, but Charlesworth home anyway. He didn't get very much bat on that at all. I think it was off the toe end through backward square, but because it was hit so softly and nobody saving the single there, they do come back for the second. 75 without loss. Lead is 215, and things are just going to stop here because Van Beek didn't seem best pleased with where he'd have to tumble over there. I think whether we're calling for sawdust or whether they probably want that tamper thing, don't they? They want to just give it a bit of yes, that's it. Is giving it the choo-choo is umpire Baldwin. They do want the tamper is what that signal means. And I'm not saying that Leicestershire looking for any opportunity to slow play down, but it doesn't exactly hurt, given that the over rate was +4 at the start of the day. The work that was done by Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger, which didn't make for the most edifying spectacle on the morning of day 2, it's given them the ability not to have to rush through these overs now. They can take their time a little bit, and certainly won't be in any great hurry to launch through the overs. This is obviously something that requires the input of about 20 people, this business of bashing down that landing area.
Yeah, we should reassure Gloucestershire supporters they're not going to lose any overs because of this.
However, the rain
Just a bit of
may
momentum.
just
There's that as well.
arrive that little bit sooner, you never know.
There is that as well.
But no, exactly. The focus is still set. With, of course, the usual bit about the last hour being able to bowl potentially more there as well. But with the forecast being as it is, Gloucestershire are going to have to get very lucky to get all of the remaining overs in. I can still see it's gone down a little bit in terms of percentages, but not much. It still says the Met Office this is 70% at 1, 90% at 2, 80% 3 o'clock. And as we saw yesterday, if it's hefty showers, which they are, it really may well only take 1, and that's, you know, the couple of hours off that Gloucestershire can't really afford. So ready to go again. Van Beek back into Charlesworth, who tries to swing it leg side. There's an appeal for LBW. It's turned down. They'll only be able to scramble the 1 this time, and it's a leg by, as Cox has to charge off from his keeping position to do the fielding himself. So that makes it 76 for no wicket, and I think that sort of approach in terms of looking to score quickly but not gift wickets away has been done to perfection so far by these two. Phillips facing now Van Beek, and that's just defended back to the bowler. Phillips naturally less of an attacking player than Charlesworth anyway. There may come a point where he feels that he has that pressure on him to try and find the boundary as well, especially as they're dropping the field back so defensively to Charlesworth. But so far, no signs of that. 45 minutes in. Van Beek to Phillips, who prods that away into the covers. Does show a little bit of annoyance that he's hit it too close to Rishi Patel there. So it's a couple of potentially valuable dot deliveries for Leicestershire, and now it's almost treating Joe Phillips like a tail ender, because last ball of the over everybody drops back. He can have a single anywhere other than to the bowler and the wicket-keeper. Van Beek goes in and bowls, and gets a leading edge which flies away, and then there's a slip down there. This might allow him to come back for 2. It will do. Sol Budinger there went flying at backward point, and in so doing allowed them, with Hull making up ground at deep third, to turn it back for a second. So Charlesworth will be on strike. Phillips moves on to 28, and Gloucestershire to 78 without loss. 16 overs gone in the innings, but in fact I think it's I must admit, I wrote down the score, I didn't write down the number of overs. It was it 6.1 overs at the start of the day?
2.1, no?
Oh, 2.1. That was the number of overs they got in that,
yes,
that
it was,
period
yes.
there, wasn't it? The yesterday evening.
In goes Holland, bowl slightly short. Charlesworth had stepped out, getting ready to drive. Went through with the shot despite being nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Actually took his bottom hand off the bat, but still managed to get it away through the offside to Rishi Patel, who's out there. Was it Shan or Rishi? He's behind a pillar anyway. It's one of the two. Either way, it was just the single. Charlesworth on to 49, half century in the first innings as well for him, 74. So he's having a good game.
Yeah, so it is actually closer to 7s this morning they've been going at rather than 6s.
Holland is in, and ball stays horribly low. Leicestershire will not like seeing that. It misses the off stump by a couple of inches. Phillips looks askance back down the wicket, but his bowlers will like that, I would imagine. There's first one that is really misbehaved today, but it did misbehave. It was very naughty indeed. Holland in, bowls, that bounces nicely, and that could be a run out. It's missed. It should have been, well, I say it should have been. He only had one stump to aim at, but Phillips sold Charlesworth on 49, the most horrible of dummies. He took a couple of steps down the wicket, was completely stranded. In came Johnny Tattersall, hoping to make his first real mark for Leicestershire, shoveled the ball at the stumps and missed them with Charlesworth well out of his ground. Holland is in again, pulled high in the air, out toward deep mid-wicket. It bounces just in front of Masood, who does manage to make the stop. They are going to run the second, and they make their ground. Comfortably, actually, although because of the hesitation whether they were going to take it, Phillips ended up having to, or decided he had to put a lot into that second run.
I think after the previous ball, Charlesworth went, fine, you're coming back.
Yeah.
See how you
see
like
what
it.
it's like,
Yeah.
yes. Holland is in again, walking down the wicket is Phillips, then driving very nicely wide of Tattersall out to the extra cover boundary for 4. Nicely played.
Yeah, I mean, you see a shot like that and you do think, yeah, we've seen one ball keep low, but at the same time the ball is still coming onto the bat, as it has all match really. It's come onto the bat very nicely when it's been that little bit fuller. It's been top of the stumps to not 2/3 up. That's been the length. Anything fuller than that, and the batters have been able to trust the pitch and step into drives and get runs.
Holland bowls fuller this time. Phillips doesn't go through with a big drive, plays it firmly in the knowledge that any sort of decent contact is going to result in a run, because all the fielders are now out, not all quite on the boundary, some 10 yards or so in, but essentially all out. And he does take one, keeps the strike, moves on to 35 off 49, Charlesworth 49 off 53, Gloucestershire 86 without loss, add 140 to that, so they're 226 to the good, and still with 86 overs potentially remaining in the day.
My first change from the Bennett end as Chris Wright returns to the attack. 2 overs for 5 runs with a new ball. First up in Gloucestershire's brief stay at the crease before that sharp shower hit yesterday afternoon. And Phillips, having got his innings very much going in the last few deliveries that he's faced, on 35 now, facing up as Wright bowls to him, and this is just controlled, driven, but straight to backward point. And there is no run. No further wickets at Lords. But Derbyshire still effectively 45 for 3. Glamorgan actually starting to score fairly freely. Asa Tribe must be seeing it pretty well on 23 in the second innings to add to his 206 in the first. Glamorgan 102 to the good. Just 1 wicket down. Has been driven hard by Phillips, standing tall, getting on top of it and playing a firm punchy drive, but will only get 1 for it as it stopped at wide mid-off. 80 7 without loss. In Division 1, Nottinghamshire now 67 for 4, needing 69 more to win. Jack Haynes dismissed for 10. New Road. Right bowls, Charlesworth swings it high in the air towards deep mid-wicket. There's a leap on the boundary and it's gone, I think, in the end, well beyond Rishi Patel. He gave it a look, but it's been... has it been taken or at least been thrown back by a spectator in the last row of that Uptonsteel stand, but it must have landed on the concrete, I guess, because Paul Baldwin's having a look at it. But either way, it's 6 runs, second 6 from Charlesworth, and he has his second 50 of the match. This one coming in only 54 balls, but even that doesn't really tell the story, because most of that scoring has happened this morning. 55 from 54, 5 fours and a 6. He goes again, but he's got underneath this one. This could be a catch down at fine leg. No, it's not. He's got enough on it. It's over Hull, and it's back-to-back 6s for Ben Charlesworth. That one went a long way up, and Hull was trying to shield his eyes from the sun as well. But you could see he was moving beyond the boundary fairly early, and he got enough of it to Charlesworth. 99 for no wicket, and the lead already to 239. So it's already getting towards the stage that we've been talking about, maybe needing it to be possibly late 200s rather than 300s. We'll see. Right bowls, he goes again. He's skewed it down to deep third, should be caught this time, and is. Chris Wright removes Ben Charlesworth, who was looking to achieve something quite spectacular, having hit the first 2 balls of the over for 6, but the third one he ends up top edging, and it's a good catch, well judged by Lewis Hill. Never the easiest with the red ball, especially, rather than the white ball, picking it out of the sky. But that's a really top innings from Charlesworth in the circumstances, just exactly the knock that Gloucestershire needed, and he goes looking to add further quick runs, and his good form has continued. 61 from 56 he's made. There's a bit of a word with Ollie Price as he comes in, but Gloucestershire just 1 run shy of a 100-run opening stand. 99 for 1, leading by 239.
Yeah, another good catch by Lewis Hill down there. Took it low, an inch or 2 off the ground, but took it very nicely, and that's 799 wickets in his career for Chris Wright. That is all forms of the game. So while the circumstances might not be ideal as far as he's concerned, it's still a potentially huge landmark coming up for the 40-year-old seamer.
597 in terms of first class cricket, correct, as well, yeah. So here is Ollie Price joining Ben Charlesworth, so no change to the order, but then I guess you'd say really there's not particularly much need to, and this
Phillips
may not be the worst thing for Ollie Price if you just go out there and have a bit of a
absolutely
thrash.
Yeah, nothing to, no pressure at all.
Field has come right up for him, so they're looking to try and tempt him into something expansive. First ball right to Price, and he just defends that first ball back to the bowler, so right to bring the field up and put the slip in place. It was only fine leg back on the boundary in deep square for Price there. There's no run, 18 overs bowled. Gloucestershire 99 for 1 at the end of that over. And Phillips and Price now together. I wonder what the divvying up of the roles here is, or whether now it's just a case of of everybody go for it. They've still got 9 wickets in hand. Hammond in next, Bracey, Jack Taylor from Buren. I wouldn't think that Gloucestershire would be too bothered about losing wickets now.
Holland is in, and walking down the wicket is Joe Phillips, playing it firmly out towards mid-wicket stroke, wide-ish long on. Hull gets in sufficiently quickly to prevent a second, and that brings up the Gloucestershire 100 in their second innings. The lead goes up to 240. Overs remain is an important figure going forward, 84.5 at the moment. I think that the acceleration is coming at such a rate now that they're going to declare before lunch. Try and give themselves maybe 70 overs, something potentially 70 overs. In goes Holland and bowls. Advancing down the wicket is Ollie Price, just defending it though, out towards extra cover. Eskenazi is the fielder.
So we look at some of these other First Division scores. Another one standing out, Yorkshire against Somerset, which looked completely dead. I mean, they lost so much time due to rain. Somerset would need to take 20 Yorkshire wickets. Well, they've already got 4.
Holland bowls. Oh, nice delivery that bounces and leaves the startled Price and into the gloves of Cox. A shout from somebody. Frustration. I'm guessing Rishi Patel, it tends to be. But it was just an instinctive reaction to ball beating bad, which hasn't happened much so far this morning. It's been most definitely Gloucestershire's first hour of play. Holland almost sort of wanders in and bowls straight, played firmly back down into the pitch by Price, bounces up nicely for Holland to field out to his right in his follow through, and then he waves his fielders back. He's still got a point and an extra cover, otherwise 3 men out on the offside boundary. He's also got a mid-wicket and 3 out on the leg side. In he goes, and bowls. Price is walking forward, and he's going to get off the mark by driving that through the now vacant mid-off area. Hill, old safe hands down here in front of us, forms the long barrier and makes the stop.
Josh Davey, 2 for 16. Leicestershire supporters might be interested to hear.
Absolutely, good.
6 overs.
Good to know.
Got rid of Johnny Bairstow.
Benny Green taking anything? He's coming
Hasn't
heading
bowled
on
yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure it will soon.
Davey and Green, both coming Leicestershire's way for the start of next season. Holland in, bowls, back goes Phillips, drops it out towards point. As I say, there is a point, but Buttinger running in doesn't pick up the ball cleanly. It bounces off his hand, and what would have been a sharpish single becomes a very comfortable 102 for 1. Phillips 38 keeps the strike. Price a single. The lead 2 for 2. What's Ben Cox got to say to umpire Adnan? It looks as though they're talking about running down the pitch, perhaps. Perhaps Cox saw Price running down the pitch or something. What's going on?
Hassan Adnan's just thrown the ball at Paul Baldwin.
I was going to say, I saw it sort of bouncing past him, but was it close?
It was pretty close to him, yeah. He wasn't looking. I mean, Baldwin was just looking down, and Hassan Adnan, having had the ball, he was lobbing it roughly in the direction of Chris Wright, but it went very close to Baldwin.
Everything else in this match, haven't we? So wouldn't have been surprised.
You wouldn't know Hassan Adnan played first-class cricket from that throw. Here comes Wright, bowls, and Phillips prods this into the covers and sprints through for 1. And this sort of looks like the way that these two are mostly going to try and score, at least for this period. There's a real chance of a run-out at the end of that last over if Buttinger picked that up cleanly. They said they're not really... Well, Phillips isn't really a power hitter at this stage of his career, and Price was one of the slower scorers in the One-Day Cup as he cuts away firmly towards deep cover. Shah Masood will get across and stop that. 104 for 1, but equally again, Charlesworth and Price go back to last year. Those two were the T20 finishers. So he's certainly got the ability to score very quickly as Ollie Price, but his role in the One Day Cup seemed to be more the anchor. So somebody's going to have to, I guess, be the aggressor if Gloucestershire are going to keep the sort of rate going that they have. Well, they'll do it that way, although there's a thick edge from Phillips, backing away, looking to give himself some room. There is no slip in place. Rishi Patel over a short extra cover, looking down, thinking, I wish I was standing there because that would have been gobbled up. But it's a boundary as it flashes away wide of the keeper, and it's 108 for 1. Phillips to 43. 4 boundaries, but he would have scored it well over a runner ball this morning. Right, bowler's going for the ramp as Phillips, and he misses it just over the top of the stumps, I think. You can see why he's trying to do that, because whilst there is Lewis Hill down there, he's moving towards a long leg rather than a fine leg, and it does go pretty quickly way across this outfield, but just couldn't get that little bit of bat on it that he needed. Lead is 248. Right, bowls to Phillips, is going to go for the ramp again. He's got it this time, and it's going to go 1 bounce and just before runs. It was a good effort from Hill, trying to run across from long leg and tip it back in, but he couldn't quite get it. So another boundary for Phillips. 112 for 1. Phillips eyeing up a half century now, 47 to his name, and he's already, Phillips, got 4 half centuries and that maiden 100 in his previous 13 innings, so shows you he's off to a mighty fine start to his first class career. Right bowls to him, and he digs that one out, pushes it into the offside, and well, running past that in the end was Rishi Patel at extra cover. I don't know if he thought about booting it onto the stumps or the dive forwards. He just couldn't quite reach it anyway. They take the 1. Phillips keeps the strike on 48, and the lead has moved past 250. It is 253. 83 is the number in terms of overs remaining. Although I noticed there's a bit of a disagreement. I'm not sure who's. I'm assuming the board will be right. There's a bit of disagreement between that and this online scoring system that says 82. But I reckon that maybe it's forgotten about the 5 balls we had at the start.
Holland is in. Walking down is Phillips. All he can do is shovel it rather inelegantly back down the pitch towards Holland, who feels in his follow through, and Phillips gestures towards mid-wicket where he was hoping to be able to hit it. Didn't quite manage to do so. Holland in. Bowls. Phillips again walking down just outside off stump. Doesn't get to the pitch of it, but still manages to crash it out through wideish mid-off. Hill fields at the second attempt, and because it bobbled a little bit in front of him, Phillips and Price thought about the possibility of a second, but Hill recovered quickly.
Ben Green's got one now. Yorkshire 52 for 5 in reply to 441 for 6 declared. You're praying for rain down there, the Yorkies.
Hill goes up to mid-off as Holland goes in and bowls to Price, who whacks it straight back over his head for 6. Well, it wouldn't have mattered had Hill stayed out at long off, because that was straight back over Holland's head, and it made it all the way. Hull retrieves the ball from in front of the sight screen. Hassan Adnan has a cursory look at the ball and then hands it straight back to Holland. Price on to 8. Holland is in to him, and there goes his middle stump as he tries to whack him into Kingdom Come. Stayed perhaps a little bit low again, but not quite as low as that previous delivery a few overs ago, but that was a little bit ugly from Ollie Price, but he did connect wonderfully to the ball before, not so on that occasion. Minimal celebrations from the Leicestershire players, but they have picked up their second wicket. Price cleaned up for 8.
Yes, there's a clean-up operation needed by the umpires there, because it's made a fearful mess of his stumps. As you said, it did look as if it may have kept a little bit low, and if you're looking to clear the front leg and smash the ball somewhere off into the distance, then just a little thing like that and you swing and miss. But lead 260 and so much batting still remaining, and it really does feel like the sort of stage where, you know, he gave himself just a few deliveries to have a bit of a look, and then it was try and clear the boundary rope, and out comes Miles Hammond, who I'm sure will also be looking forward to the opportunity just to go out there and play some big shots.
Knott's having a bit of a wobble, I'm told, at the moment as well.
Yeah, they have lost another one, I saw. 73 for 5 now, as Farina's gone for 3. Ben Slater still there, having opened the batting on 29, so they need 63 more runs to win at New Road, and 73 for 5.
Hammond, the left-hander, raises his bat as Holland goes round the wicket, bowls to him, thick inside edge onto the pad. Could easily have gone straight onto the stumps as the fair-haired left-hander tried to drive it away through the offside. And that aggressive shot to his first ball means that the field has immediately retreated, having come back in for that first delivery. Everybody pretty much out on the boundary on the leg side now. In goes Holland. Hammond reaches forward, makes sure that he gets plenty of bat on it and steers it as much as drives it down towards Hull at long off, and takes 1. 1-2-1 for 2. Bit more cloud around, but certainly not enough as far as Leicester are concerned. Still moving fairly briskly, still decent patches of blue around. Still every prospect of a full morning's play, if not more.
At the Oval, Surrey 351 for 7, which is a lead of 349 over Warwickshire, so you'd guess they'd be pulling out relatively soon to give themselves a chance of a victory. Here comes Wright bowling to Hammond, and this is just played in circumspect fashion by Hammond to the onside, fielded at short mid-wicket.
I approve of circumspect at the moment. Play for the draw.
Yeah. Yes, I don't think that even in the normal course of things, take the match situation out of the equation, that Miles Hammond would be playing circumspectly for too long. Right bowls to him. We'll get another one there. Defensive shot into the covers. So a couple of dot deliveries, but Price took a 5 deliveries, 6 deliveries in the end. Just have a little bit of a look, and then the big shots came out. One of Hammond's favourite areas, mid-wicket, is open in terms of the deep. Right into Hammond, and he punch drives this, and it's well stopped by Budinger at backward point. So 3 dots in the over. Hammond becalmed, at least for now. It's a fairly I don't know, it sort of feels as though the spectators are just waiting for the nerves which may come later on. As that is a pole shot which is missed, I think by Hammond, maybe striking him on the hip, either that or a little bottom edge, but it goes to ground, and then Cox able to stop it down to his left. I think whilst Gloucestershire are whacking it about the park, sort of there's got to be a bit of a feeling of, well, okay, but the real meat of the day as far as the home supporters are concerned will be when Gloucestershire do pull out, whenever that is. Right to Hammond, who drives towards mid-off, who's deep enough to allow the single, certainly. And you have Hammond's foot speed, and so Phillips, who's been pretty much off strike, it feels, for the last several overs, is now going to get a chance on 49 to have just the one ball in this over. Leicestershire are allowing him a single basically everywhere on the leg side, and he's actually going to have to hit it quite hard into the offside, I think, although Rishi Patel coming a bit closer at cover now. Right bowls to Phillips, and there's the run that he needs for his 50, clipping away to deep backward square. They'll take a second, in fact, as there's a tumble from Johnny Tattersall. It's also a no ball, so that is 4 more runs onto the Gloucestershire total, but it's a half century for Joe Phillips, who waggles his bat towards the balcony, gives them the thumbs up, and that is now the 6th time that he's passed 50 in his first 14 innings for the county in first class cricket. On 26 for 2. Right bowls a slower ball, sliced away down towards deep third, and Hull to respect that arm power, so it's only the one, and Phillips will pinch the strike at the end of that over. So 127 for 2, lead 267, and if Gloucestershire were to declare at the end of the next over, 78 would be the number of overs left, weather permitting.
We may not be getting too far away in those terms. You sort of feel. The lead 267. As Holland is in, bowls to Phillips, who walks down, gets the fullish delivery on his legs that he turns out towards deep mid-wicket, between mid-wicket and long on. Patel gets there first from mid-wicket, but he and Hull both had ground to make up to get to the ball, so in the end it was a fairly comfortable couple for a Cornishman. I don't know why, it's like Yorkshireman, it's one of those, I like to use the word, it's pleasing. I don't know why. Holland is in, bowls down the wicket goes Phillips and slogs it out towards mid-wicket. This time it goes more or less straight to Patel out there in front of the meat, and it is just one on this occasion. It just works, doesn't it? I don't know whether it's the right number of syllables or...
There's something about the counties down there as well, because you wouldn't say a
Somersettian or
Dorset, but Devonian has a nice ring as well. Devon and Cornwall, something about that.
Round the wicket goes Holland, bowls to Hammond, who drives pleasantly without getting to the pitch of the ball. Phillips is interested in the possibility of a second, but Hammond was never really. Saves his younger colleague from almost certainly being run out by telling him to go back. 131 for 2. Brings Phillips back down on strike. He's done a pretty good job. He may not be quite as forceful as some, but 55 off 64 was a very good effort. Holland is in, bowls to him, he's walking down again and slapping the ball. Had to reach for a bit just outside off stump. Hill ran around from sort of long off to, well, to wider long off really, about 10 yards inside the ropes fields, and the sun being in, Hilly's got his sunglasses on. He is one of those who does tend to wear them, doesn't keep them perched always on top of his cap. Holland is in, bowls full. Hammond drives him out to long off, takes one, puts Hull under a bit of pressure, but Hull fields cleanly.
So today, Phillips now is 50. Let me find that again. 51 from 45. So, given that there was Charlesworth at the other end as well, who was scoring even quicker than that, he still scored at well over a run a ball and ensured that he's still there.
Not much wrong with that. Holland is in, he steps across and whips it high over mid-wicket, and it bounces short of... Oh, Rishi Patel signalled 6. Now, I thought he signalled 6, I thought he raised both hands up there, but umpire Adnan has already signalled 4. So, I thought Rishi Patel put his...
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether that was a
What signal that was?
signal for 6, or whether that was a put the arms up saying, well, why did you tell me to stand there when I could have been on the boundary and taken the catch?
Must have been. Either way, the signal hasn't been changed. Phillips moves on to 60. Holland, he got in position early there, walked down, stepped across, but Holland didn't really change the trajectory of the delivery and basically put it in the slot for the slog, really, and it got the treatment. 137 for 2 off 23, run rate up to 6 now.
The charge would appear to be on. Right. Continues bowls to Hammond, who tries to play that pick-up shot into the onside that we saw from Charlesworth a couple of times, misses it, and Chris Wright is feeling the energy, run all the way to dribble the ball with his foot toward the stumps, and then jogs off and does a little bit more extra running.
He is conscious of the landmarks. We talked to him at the end of the first day's play. He was well aware of his potential passing of big targets.
Right, to Hammond, slower ball driven in the air, it beats extra cover, it'll run out towards the wide long off boundary, it won't be 4, and it will just be the 2 in fact, as it is almost argued over by 2 fielders, and eventually it's the fielder running back from mid-off that decides it's his. Ian Holland, 2 runs, 139 for 2, lead 279. Hammond on 6 as Wright bowls to him a full delivery which is driven in the air straight down the ground. That's a lovely shot from Miles Hammond. He knew that the mid-off fielder was quite deep and wide, and he's come right out of the sweet spot. Didn't try and clear the boundary rope with it, but just played the most pleasing off drive and gets 4 runs for it. 143 for 2. So Hammond certainly, even though pretty much everybody's back on the boundary rope now, he shows that he's got the power to hit it between those fielders, although this time he picks out deep cover as he drives it for a single off the back foot. 144 for 2. Is the field going to come in? Probably not really. It looks as though it's basically cover and backward point are the only 2 fielders particularly interested in saving a single. It is the same field for Phillips in reverse. Right to Phillips, gives him the charge, but he's done well there actually as Phillips, and so as Budinger. It was good cricket all round. It was a good Yorker from Wright. Phillips, having charged down, then made an excellent adjustment to get some bat on it and try and use the pace of it and take a boundary square on the offside, and then a good stop from Budinger as well. So the end result, a dot ball. Ooh, Lewis Hill has just snuck a couple of steps to his right there, down there at fine leg, thinking he might go for the ramp, but it's back of a length and hammered away through extra cover, and that will be 4 runs for Phillips. Crosses the boundary rope and hits into the covers, and so he wasn't going to be ramping that one. Just stood tall and made a firm inclination of the hands towards the ball and picked the gap. Not many gaps, but there was one of them. 148 for 2, and the lead 288.
.320 off 75. Sounds about right to me.
It sort of almost may as well take the runs out of the equation, not completely, but you know, because the chances are Leicestershire really going to make a concerted effort for going for it? So it is more about how many overs you want.
Well, exactly that. Yeah, exactly. They've probably got enough now in those terms. Round the wicket goes Holland, 2 miles. Hammond, who drives elegantly wide of long off for 4, just stood and delivered really there. Hammond held the pose because it was rather nice again. It wasn't a half volley or anything like it, but it sat up nicely outside off stump, didn't really get up. And Hammond, who's played some beautiful drives already in the 14 balls he's faced, moves on to 15, 150 up for Gloucestershire, 152 for 2.
there's a direct hit from the deep and not out, I think, is the decision as the ball ricochets off the stumps. It's well backed up, and it's a difficult to hit direct from that far out, and I thought Phillips was struggling there, but the call is not out, and 2 runs are taken by Hammond to move him on to a runnable 23, and Gloucestershire to 165 for 2, leading by 305. 77 overs remain on the board. Hammond and Phillips having a bit of a discussion, so no messages being sent out. They seem to know what has been decided, whether it be in terms of time or overs.
Holland, with a little option, continues from the pavilion end. Bowles walking down as ever now is Phillips and punching it out towards deep mid wicket. Thinks about a second, but Hammond, who would have been running to the danger end, says no, I'm not going to get even close on that one. 166 for 2. Ian Anderson, I see on the stream, given the match at Lords is dribbling to a draw, well, hopefully round the wicket goes Holland. Bowles fuller up Holland. Was Holland and Hammond had that job in the first innings as well. Holland to Hammond, it's driven out by Miles Hammond to the extra cover boundary from 1. 167 for 2. Leicestershire just need to be dull and careful whenever they're put into bat to see promotion over the line. Dull and careful will do everybody nicely, I think. Ian, I agree. In goes Holland, and Bowles a bouncer. Phillips, who'd stepped across, tries in the end to ramp it, or scoop it, help it over the wicketkeeper. Doesn't get anything on. It's taken on the bounce by Cox, but even so, it's signalled a wide.
I think
slightly
jokingly, Holland said it was on its way down.
We're back with you on the stream. Apologies for the momentary absence, as Holland is in and Bowles. Phillips backs away and is slightly followed to an extent by Holland. He slap drives it back past Ian Holland down towards long gone, and again the fielder's there. He's constantly berating himself at the moment, Phillips, because he's not finding the boundary, but he's still doing a pretty good job for his side. 69 off 73. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Round the wicket goes Holland, and Bowles outside off stump, and another wide. Holland is most annoyed. Well, they're going to have to bat extremely well as and when they're put in, because Gloucestershire have built a really substantial lead now. They're 170 for 2. Miles Hammond has 24. Joe Phillips has 69. The 2 wickets were picked up by Chris Wright, which gives him 799 wickets overall in cricket, but he's off to the attack now because Phillips and Hammond are going nicely. They've moved on to 170 for 2, which means Gloucestershire now lead by over 300 runs, and they're going to give themselves a certain amount of time to try and bowl Leicestershire out for a second time. The hope for Leicestershire is that the pitch is continuing to playing well, and all being well, they'll be able to play out for the draw, which looks like it would be enough to take them over the line, but it's going to be a nervy afternoon at the Uptonsteel County Ground. You missed one delivery that Miles Hammond smashed for 4 over long on from a most disgruntled Ian Holland. He doesn't feel that the delivery before, which was called wide, was wide. He says, well, it was within the white line, but umpire Adnan was unmoved. That one's up into the air. Holland could be about to take a caught and bowled, and he bowled a slightly wide ball short of a length. Hammond stepped out, tried to slap it away, got a top edge. It went high up in the air towards cover. There wasn't a cover, but Holland had time to run across and actually got there in good time. I thought for a minute he was going to be just short, but he got there with the ball round about waist height and took the caught and bowled. So Hammond's brief flurry comes to an end. He goes caught and bowled for 28, 174 now for 3, but doesn't make any difference really.
No, he's still looking for quick runs. He tried to take that from a long way outside off stump, and toe end of the bat really, as it went way up. And I guess that's the only thing sometimes with this sort of field setting where there's almost nobody inside the circle. You can get away with those kinds of mishits. Holland was the only one who was going to be able to get there. It wasn't the easiest of catches, but dodged it well. And a third wicket for Leicestershire, but as you say, there's so much batting still left for Gloucestershire, even if they feel they desperately need these runs, which it's starting to get towards the point where you'd wonder if they really do. Anyway, James Bracey, it is, who's coming out, and whatever happens, even if you think they should be declaring immediately, they may as well have this ball, otherwise it'd be wasted. Just gets taken off with the 2 for the change of innings otherwise. But I don't get the impression that they are going to pull out after this ball.
Holland is in, bowls, Bracey straight onto the offensive, stands up tall, crashes it away through the offside. Obviously there is a fielder on the boundary out there at point, it's Shan Masood, and the one is taken, and that's it. That is the declaration. So Bracey took the ball, took the single, and as we eventually more or less correctly surmised.
I thought they weren't, because I saw Joe Phillips calling for a drink, but maybe that was just to bluff Leicestershire.
The declaration has come. They are going to have a little burst at the Foxes before lunch. So 175 for 3 is the declaration, which means Leicestershire's, I think we have to call it a notional target, don't we? Do you think it's 316?
Yeah, I think so. 316 from, I'm assuming, 74.
74. Or a minimum of 74 if the weather doesn't intervene. So could be, as you suggested, quite a few overs of spin if we get to that stage, if the new ball doesn't really work. Lewis Hill and having a smile with Johnny Tatsall actually talking away to Ajit Singhdale out there. It could be a fascinating afternoon. It's going to be a fascinating what will we have? 3 overs, do you think? Maybe 4 before lunch?
Yeah, and things hotting up as Derbyshire have lost a 4th wicket. Harry Kane bowled by Ollie Stone for 12, so Derbyshire at the moment 88 for 4, with former Middlesex player Martin Anderson walking to the crease, so I'm sure he'd like to scupper the county that got rid of him. But Derbyshire effectively 73 for 4 at Lords, so that game very much still, again, weather being the thing, but the game's still very much alive, and it is a huge shame with so many of these games so well poised that the weather is not playing ball, because for example not even been able to get out at all at Hove, where Sussex needed 241 more to win to beat Hampshire with 9 wickets in hand. That could have been a really thrilling finish. I don't know, still could be, but there's very few games that look as though they're just absolutely drifting. In fact, I wouldn't really say even that Northamptonshire Glamorgan has completely drifted yet, because Glamorgan 69 for 3, leading by 123, but so many games excitingly poised. Surrey have declared at the Oval 391 for 8, so Warwickshire need 390 to win, so it does look as though they've basically said Warwickshire aren't going to win that, but Surrey would hope to create plenty of pressure in that game. Yorkshire 60 for 6, trailing by 381. 20 wickets in hand in a day, but when there's, I don't know, it's not as though there's nothing to gain for Yorkshire, because they're still in a little bit of trouble relegation wise, so those bonus points would have been important for them, but it's amazing how things can work out that way, and especially when you think, well, it's probably going to rain anyway, go out there and start losing wickets and they find themselves under pressure from nowhere. Durham 45 for 3 now at Chelmsford, 2 wickets to Jamie Porter, 1 to Simon Harmer, as Durham trail by 79. And if Essex were to win that game, then Durham looking quite likely to be joining Worcestershire in the second division, assuming that we are still sticking with that. And isn't it quite funny that Durham, relegation threatened Durham, are the county that's leading the proposal to have this 12-6 in terms of a top division, or effectively, top division split between 2 sixes and then a bottom 6, when Durham are in danger of moving down to a bottom 8. It's funny how that works out, isn't it?
I didn't realise that they were the sort of leading the the arguments in that respect. But yes, I mean, it does now look increasingly as though whatever changes, it's not going to be next year, it's going to be the following year. But we shall see.
I mean, the overwhelming, well, I say overwhelming, maybe that's a bit strong, but from talking to people far more in the know than me, I haven't heard anybody say that they really think that 12-6 option will happen. And I think I saw something from George DeBell, from the cricketer, either yesterday or the day before, something effectively saying, and I can't remember, I'm afraid, memory not serving me, which county it was, but I think it was Essex, pretty sure it was Essex, who was seen as one of the counties that might be able to be persuaded round to the 12-6, and they have now committed to voting for the 14. So the number of counties that would actually want that 12-6, and so say I do understand, well, particularly Durham, because Durham came out very strongly in the media saying that they feel it's the way forward, and I believe, again, surprise surprise, Worcestershire, another side that we're looking for that 12-6, but there's not that many counties threatened with relegation, and so a lot of them, especially at the top of Division 1, because they're the title contenders, want to be able to continue contending for the title in the same way. So and also the membership, well, mind you, I think the membership basically everywhere wants 14. That's pretty clear. But anyway, we'll see how it all shakes out. It is remarkable to me, though, that this has been rumbling on for as long as it is, and that there's even the thought that after everything this year, all the putting off and the delaying and the machinations involved, that there's even the consideration that we still might postpone it to next year. Postpone, not even make a decision, but postpone. How much longer do people need? It's not a good look. It really isn't.
Well, all Leicestershire can do, and indeed Gloucestershire, is concentrate on the here and now, and that means that the two umpires, Paul Baldwin and Hassan Adnan, heading back out to the middle. The light, emphasise light, roller has been up and down the pitch for the last pretty much 10 minutes or so, presumably because Leicestershire have had their 2 uses of the heavy roller, otherwise I'm sure we would have seen it again. The ground staff are assiduously still going up and down, despite the fact that the 2 umpires are out there, and they still haven't fully marked the crease at the far end. Umpire Adnan has a word with them, saying, off you go now. Out come Sol Budinger and Rishi Patel, the Gloucestershire bowlers who've been warming up for the last 10 minutes. Singh Dale was out there before the 2 batsmen, Joe Phillips and James Bracett, had crossed the ropes, coming back into the pavilion. The electronic scoreboard hasn't changed, but we can just remind you, 316 is Leicestershire's target to win from 74 overs. All they'll be thinking about for the next essentially 15 minutes, so at least 4 overs. Sol Budinger and Rishi Patel, surely it's just getting through them, but I've never seen Sol play a really sort of defensive knock per se, so if it's out there, I suspect he will go for it. Patel in no sort of form at all will be more inclined, I think, to think in terms of survival. But this is going to be a tense little period for the Foxes openers, and no doubt for the dressing room as well.
If there were, it's just a question of at the side of lunch that extra, well, I suppose what, around about an hour from now, what it's going to look like then. But really, Gloucestershire have, I mean, I don't know, I'm sure that there will always be people who'll say, oh, you should have pulled out sooner, especially if it rains, but I don't know, I don't think I'll quibble with really what Gloucestershire have done
it
here.
feels about right. It obviously means that they won't get a second new ball, but that was never really likely anyway.
There's almost no point in a second new ball if you're only going to have 4 or 5 overs with it anyway, because the lacquer hasn't had time to come off. Singdale will take the new ball from the Bennett end. There are 4 slips in place for Gloucestershire, nobody at cover. Singdale into Rishi Patel, he bowls, and Patel will get off the mark straight away, just tucking this down to fine leg, where Matt Taylor, the man who took the 5 for Gloucestershire in the first innings, does the fielding, and one without loss. Gloucestershire's over rate starts at -1. It was level, but obviously just went back to -1. So in some ways, though, really, again, if Gloucestershire don't win the match, then maybe they take the attitude that just losing the 1 isn't the most pressing issue. 3 slips for Budinger rather than 4. Singdale into Budinger, who drives firmly for 4 runs through straight mid-off. It was a little over-pitched from Singdale, but as if Budinger was going to resist the opportunity to bring out that thumping drive. So 2 balls in, Leicestershire 5 without loss. Budinger underway straight away. It's at this point where somebody thinks it's really clever to say something like game on, but yeah, it's not.
Sometimes at the very start of commentary, I'm told.
Budinger facing, Singdale bowling, and that's played away with a good amount of control by Budinger for a huge space on the onside, and they'll trot back for 2 more runs. So work off the hip, and 7 without loss, so at 309 more runs to win. So far it's looking as though, as we saw really in the Gloucestershire foray this morning, the ball is coming pretty well onto bat. Singdale to Budinger, who defends this one to mid-off. There won't be a run. I'd still see the occasional one keeping low, although we've not seen anything like it must have been because of the dampness last night. Nothing like that one that spat up and whacked Joe Phillips on the side. And at Singdale's pace, that really would be even nastier. Singdale in now, he bowls, left alone by Budinger. It carries through well to James Bracey. And whether Gloucestershire get these overs in or not, it's going to be very important to use this new ball. We saw how much the game changed in Leicestershire's first innings when that new ball came along. Things looking really quite flat before that, but early wickets not only removed the possibility of Leicestershire really feeling as though they could be positive, but Singdale bowls, forward goes, Budinger defends to mid-on, 7 runs from the opening over. But you know, I sort of think, especially now, if you just get batters in a really defensive frame of mind, sort of see it to a certain extent with that you know, the Somerset Yorkshire game, for example, today, 60 for 6, and even to an extent what happened in the first innings, where Leicestershire got quite defensive about that follow-on target, and lo and behold, you start to lose a lot more wickets. Batters these days seem to be so much better when they're actually freed up and playing shots, so you sort of want to get them in the situation where all they're doing is blocking, and the nerves come into play, and the enormity of what this Leicestershire group is about to achieve.
Matt Taylor, who bowled so well in the first innings with a 5-foot, is going to open the bowling for Gloucestershire from the pavilion end. He's going to go around the wicket to Rishi Patel, who is working it off his legs, reached forward, just turned his wrists on it. Ajit Singh Dale, hair bouncing around all over the place, comes running in from in front of the electronic scoreboard, keeps it to 1. Patel single off each of the balls he's faced so far, 8 without loss.
So it's getting more and more wild, even with the headband that he's got on. That
is splendid.
Head, yeah.
Absolute warrior. There's something of the Imran about it, isn't there, as well? He comes charging in. Taylor's going to go, of course, to the left-handed Budinger. 3 slips go down as Taylor is in. Budinger is flicking at it horribly outside off stump. Wristy flick. Well, presumably he was trying to flick it away through the gully, but that really was not a percentage shot from Sol Budinger, and he was fortunate not to nick it through to James Bracey.
He's quite strong in that area when he hits them, but this sort of situation, you might be tempted, even if you concede a couple of boundaries, to dangle another couple out there.
Taylor is in, bowls a little bit short, and that is pulled. Saw that very early, Sol Budinger, and barely smashed it away through a straight-ish mid-wicket. No chance at all for mid-on to get across. The ball thuds into the advertising even hoardings, a good 25 yards beyond the ropes they are down there. So Budinger, the good and the bad, as so often you see in consecutive deliveries, very quick hands, and cracked that one away. He moves into double figures already off just 7 deliveries. So, well, as I said, no real thought. I've never seen Sol play a defensive innings yet, and I don't think we're going to today. 10 off 7. The proximity of the lunch interval and the match situation notwithstanding. So Hammond has already come out of third slip and gone in at mid-wicket just to give Taylor a little bit of extra cover. In he goes and bowls, but into gets one that may just have kept a bit low on off stump. He started to go forward, then went back and got his head right over the ball. Played it well enough, but did look to hit the bat a little bit low.
Yeah, it wasn't far off that delivery that he got from Taylor in the first innings, which he maybe was a bit more leg side of to start with.
Waits with bat raised. Taylor is in, bowls 2 in, bottom hands coming off the bat as that one threatens to bounce on him a little bit. Again, he played it solidly enough, but there was just the implication in the body language there that the ball did a little bit more than he expected. 12 without loss.
I guess especially if you're waiting for that one that does keep low, if it's in your mind a little bit, especially after receiving a ball like he did previously, then you're sort of in that low position, aren't you?
Taylor is in, bowls, well bowled, good length. Wasn't sure whether to go forward or back, really, sort of leant forward a bit, almost on the move, played it defensively out towards point, and there is no run. End of the second over. Leicester have got through it. 12:24 now, 12 without loss, 304 to win, 72 overs to survive. Pay your money and take your choice.
So it'd have to be a monumentally slow over from Singdale not to get another one in. So before Leicestershire before the break, and 4 is again the number of slips as Rishi Patel is back on strike. Singdale bowls to him down the leg side, and Bracey will at least save 3 byes reaching out to his left. It will be one by, but Singdale maybe, don't know, slightly overstretching there. I've no idea. I would not try to claim to be able to know exactly what's going on there, but anyway, he speared it down there, and it's another run, so 13 for no wicket. But Gloucestershire shouldn't be concerned about the runs. Singdale to Budinger, who drives on a couple of bounces to wide mid-off. Didn't look in full control of that. Budinger rehearses a shot more with the hands closer to the body and aiming more towards cover, which I think was where he was looking to start with, but did just shoot off that bat towards Van Buren. Well short, as I say, of him, but certainly no playing for lunch. Singdale into him, a short ball, and that's been swatted away towards deep mid-wicket, and that'll be 4 runs. Phillips has given up the chase pretty early from deep square as Budinger hits it well in front, and that takes the requirement down below 300 for Leicestershire. 299 to win, 17 without loss. But yeah, if Leicestershire chase these runs down, then Gloucestershire have given themselves a chance. That's
I don't
the
think
attitude.
you can possibly criticise them for declaring.
Singdale in, bowls to Budinger, a wide delivery, slashes it in the air, could be caught down at deep 30 is. Gloucestershire get the wicket, and Matt Taylor and Singdale, who were the combination that did the trick for Gloucestershire with the ball in the first innings, combine to remove Sol Budinger in the second innings. It was wide, it was probably there for the cut, but not that cut shot. Tried to lift it over the top, was late on it, and it lands in the safe hands of Matt Taylor on the boundary, and Gloucestershire have a first wicket, 17 for 1, as Budinger goes for 14. And Singdale, who claimed 3 late wickets in the first innings, has a 4th for the match, and one person who will certainly not be thanking Budinger for playing that way is Ian Holland, who I assume is going to have to come out and bat now. Here he comes, down below us.
No. And it was interesting that Rishi Patel, seeing what happened, sank to his haunches there in almost disbelief. I must admit, I'm a little bit shocked about that, really. Yeah, he played some super pulls, he got off to a good start again, but they really did need a little bit more from Sol in this innings, Leicestershire. And unfortunately, it's brought Holland out for, well, they're taking their time, Leicestershire, hoping that they can it'll be 12:30 before these two balls are almost bowled, but it's 12:28 on the board. But at the moment, Holland will take his time, taking his guard, but they're going to do well to make these 2 deliveries last 2 minutes.
They might just about. I guess there's the time for the umpires to walk to their mark. Gloucestershire are going to have to be fairly quick about it. Here's Singdale bowling out to Holland. Full delivery, quick delivery, well kept out by Holland. Charging back to his mark is Singdale. He might need to, because the clock is just about to turn to 12:29, assuming it's on the same system as mine, which it is. So Leicestershire try and hold this up, and I'm not really sure about walking directly in front of Singdale, but here we go. Singdale to Holland. Oh, that bounces up on him, catches Holland on the gloves. I'm sure he's going to need the physio, but it's not about what he needs, it's about the umpires getting in position for the next over, and they will do so. So even the Crawley situation that we saw at Lord's earlier in the season, even if Holland calls for the physio, which, to be honest, if he needs it, he should do it, but we're going to get this extra over in anyway. Still got his right glove off, wringing that right hand out, and I suppose from a Leicestershire point of view, be hoping that he doesn't have to face in this over, and that Rishi Patel can do the honours.
Matt Taylor round the wicket to Patel. Bowls. Patel is forward, solid forward defensive push out into the offside. Comments already coming in are not kind for Mr. Budinger there, unsurprisingly. Really, you can expect to get a little bit of criticism, but perhaps, in fairness to him, perhaps what they said, well, you can go hard at the top, and you know, if we can get off to a flyer, then the chase might be on. But well, anyway, it didn't happen. Taylor in again to Patel, who I think is beaten on the outside edge. He withdraws the bat, but for me, I think he was playing at that one as it bounced a little bit on him, may even have left him a touch. Either way, he didn't edge it through to Bracey. Obviously Hammond gone back in at fourth slip now, and Jack Taylor's gone in the covers. But this is going to be a nervy 4 deliveries for Rishi Patel. Can he get through? Taylor is in and bowls straight. Patel is walking forward into the determined defensive press, pushing it back down the pitch to Matt Taylor, who throws it to his bro, who throws it to Graham Van Buren to do a spot of polishing. 17 for 1, 299 to win, or 9 wickets, or 70 overs to survive post lunch. What Rishi Patel's thinking about is the 3 deliveries that will take Leicestershire to lunch. Taylor is in, bowls very full. It's there to drive, but it's steered really rather than driven. It was a little bit wide. He had to reach for it a touch. Rishi Patel steered it to Jack Taylor in the covers along the ground all the way, and there is no run.
You'd probably prefer to see that one than the previous defence. Taylor's arm went almost up to his left because he saw that Patel had planted that front foot and then was having to play across that front pad, and he's bowling round the wicket mostly for that LBW.
In he goes and bowls. Up comes back in perhaps a little bit, and indicates as such Rishi Patel, having had to adjust at the very last second, managed to block it out into the offside, but that was nicely bowled by Matt Taylor. Got one just to come back in a little bit to the right-hander.
And he's bowled enough, and that one that I'm not sure whether it beat him or whether it just did too much, but he's shown Patel that he can get that one just to nip away from him as well.
Last ball, in goes Taylor and bowls. Patel is solidly, responsibly forward, playing the ball out to Graham Van Buren at mid-off, and that is a lunch. Well, 17 for 1 Leicestershire. Need another 299 to win the match, or they want to survive for another 70 overs, weather permitting. Now, Leicestershire supporters, the darker cloud away to the southwest, where the cloud is coming from, is beginning to gather a little bit. Beautifully sunny here at the moment, but there's no question that the clouds are beginning to gather. Well, we'll be back with you, Ed and I, in around about 35 minutes time. I'm not sure how much I'm going to taste my lunch today, but we need something to keep us going, or I do anyway, and we shall see what happens after the break. But we'll be back with you on BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire, Leicester, and of course on Sports Extra 3 to see if Leicestershire can get over the line in terms of securing the draw that may be enough for them to win promotion. Back with you in 35 minutes time.
maybe I'm wrong on that. What I do know is that the game's about to resume at 1:22. Singdale running in and bowling to Ian Holland, who just had 2 deliveries to face before the lunch break, and his 3rd delivery is defended solidly into the offside. But one of the 2 deliveries that he did face was a really nasty rap on his right hand. It's raining again, you know. It's not hard, but
it is.
It's just blowing across
It's blowing in the wind, as Bob Dylan once famously.
We've got the sun. It's the same situation. Sun's out, blue sky overhead, but there's rain just blowing off one of the clouds that's passed us by already. Defended again by Holland into the offside, and there's no run. So in terms of the sort of the target, it does feel quite hard to see how, at the moment, the Leicestershire win is really in the equation, especially given we're likely to lose more time. Singdale bowls clipped away by Holland. He's hit it pretty well, but picks out Actor at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So you would think we're looking at draw or Gloucestershire taking these 9 wickets, but it's going to be tricky, even against a side who maybe have a few other things on their mind other than just this particular game, knowing just what the draw could mean for them. Singdale charges in, bowls, beautiful delivery, which Holland, I think, again does that sort of flick as though he's maybe starting to play at it, but I don't think he really is. Just watches it go by, but it's a good start from Singdale, who I'm sure is really determined to finish his Gloucestershire career off in strong fashion. He's certainly done that in this game. Looking for a 5th wicket overall. Singdale bowls inside edge onto pad from Holland. There's half forward there, and that's possibly as a consequence of that delivery that just gave him that rap on the gloves. You're not quite as firmly forward as maybe you'd be later on in your innings anyway. Just 7 balls in, but it was a slightly tentative move onto the front foot. But the last ball of the opening over after lunch, Singdale in and dug out by Holland off a very full length into the offside, but full and straight, so he couldn't really have a drive at it. And the end of the 5th over of the innings, as Leicestershire remain 17 for 1. And I don't think there's much surprise that it looks as if it's going to be Matt Taylor to continue. 2 overs for 5, but he got 1 to really noticeably move away from Rishi Patel in the 2 overs that he bowled before lunch. A bit of bounce as well, and then mostly looking to bowl straight and target those stumps.
Taylor then round the wicket to Patel. Bowls. Patel is turning him nicely off his legs out towards deep backward square. Singdale doesn't have very far to go to make the stop. Picks it up and throws. Patel has been very careful in his innings so far. Has only faced the 10 deliveries. Is 3 not out. So Leicestershire up and running post lunch. The rain that was in the wind has now stopped. There's some very threatening looking stuff away over the trees behind the electronic scoreboard, but we have beautiful sunshine bathing the ground at the moment. Taylor is in to Holland just outside off stump. Holland, whose inclination to stay in his crease, well, saw him suffer badly in the first innings when he got one that stayed a bit low and was very much leg before, as I recall. again stays in his crease and manages to push the ball out into the offside.
They are towering pillars of cloud, those that look as though they're on the way. It's like the pillars of creation. That image from the Hubble Space Telescope.
In goes Taylor and bowls onto the thigh pad really of Holland. He tries to help it around the corner, doesn't get anything on it. The leg by is completed because the ball does run out towards a vacant square leg area. Umpire Hassan Adnan turns to the scorers and indicates as such. 3 slips, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, and Buren bouncing and stretching around out there. Jack Taylor's at sort of extra cover, trying to cover all the covers, and there is also a backward point who I think is Zaman. In goes Taylor and bowls, head right over the ball there from Rishi Patel. The ball rolls gently, exactly centrally back up the pitch towards Matt Taylor. Wind has dropped a little bit as well. Perhaps when the dark cloud makes its way over, it will return. It was brisk this morning, not so brisk now. Well, thanks to Leicestershire for another excellent lunch as Taylor is in and bowling down the leg side. Good stop by Bracy. That was a difficult one. He stayed down a little bit and bounced for a second time before he managed to get his left glove to it. All sorts of gestures and bouncing going on over there in the Gloucestershire slip cordon. It's fairly jovial over there. Suggestions over there, and why not? They've outplayed Leicestershire in this game for the most part, and they're very much on top at the moment. Slips go down as Taylor is in. Bowls a full toss that even Patel is not going to miss out on. I say even Patel just simply because he's been essentially in defensive mode so far in this innings, but that was a full toss about a foot outside off stump, and we might have fancied that one ourselves, Ed.
If I'd have known it was coming,
yes, oh,
maybe,
absolutely, yes. He promised to bowl it there.
There's no chance otherwise. It would have been too far leg side of it to hit it.
23 for, yes, reached out. 23 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, it's a surprising delivery from Matt Taylor, that, because I've not seen many like that. I suppose that was the only thing that was potentially a danger for Rishi Patel there, in terms of sometimes with those full tosses you're just so surprised to get them that you end up doing something silly. Singdale to Holland, and the rising delivery which zips through to Bracy behind the stumps, takes it away to his right, off towards Ben Charlesworth, who is at first slip, Ollie Price at second, and Miles Hammond is at third slip. And the good thing from a Gloucestershire point of view is that it doesn't look as though, in fact, if anything, I think the pitch has got a little bit quicker since the first day, even in the first innings. Singdale in, bowl, shorter ball, and Holland ducks underneath it, because possibly famous last words, but it does look as though if these Leicestershire batters do get nicks, it seems quite likely, and okay, we've seen the odd one stay down, so if you nick that, I guess it's not going to carry, but most deliveries do look as though they're carrying through well, so those slips can feel as though they're in the game, even if we saw a couple of slip catches in the first innings. Singdale in and bowls, there's the one that stays down a bit, and Holland gets down into a low position and defends it away into the onside, but that is tricky when you've already been struck on the glove and then you get one that does stay down like that. It's a tricky test.
Played it well. Played it well, even.
I'm trying to think. I wonder whether these two may have. I suppose they probably would have come across each other during their respective times at Hampshire. Seeing Dale made his professional debut for Hampshire. This is looped up in the air, off his glove. It's caught, is it, at third slip, or has it just dropped short?
Well, it can only have dropped short, because it's certain.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that he's flung down his glove and he's shaking his right hand and he's going to have some treatment. Well, he wasn't even trying to hide the fact that it didn't hit his glove. It can only have just dropped short of Hammond, who maybe scooped it up on the half volley at third
Yeah,
slip.
because I must say, I thought that was carrying, and then it obviously hasn't. And as you said, there's absolutely no question that it has struck Holland on the glove, and so that's the second time that he's had a blow to that right hand. But unfortunately, I don't know, Hammond's getting a bit of a shoulder massage from Zaman Akhtar, but I couldn't really see through Ollie Price. I just guessed that looked as if it was going to carry, and obviously it hasn't.
From up here, it did look as though it did, didn't it? But obviously it didn't, because there's no appeal or protest in any way from the Gloucestershire side.
Now, somebody wearing one of Ollie Price's shirts
Yes.
is running out there.
Underneath his green tabard.
I think it might be James McTravers, who has been on the ground the last couple of days, been doing a little bit of bowling as well. I finally discovered who it was. Doing a bit of quick bowling. So he's gone out with a drink for Gloucestershire, and then the physio is out. More serious business for Ian Holland.
Ian Holland is getting a drink. John Tattersall came out with a drink for Rishi Patel. The umpires have come across to, I'm sure, on one hand commiserate, but also probably also just to make sure there is an injury there for Ian Holland, and their reaction suggests yes, there's a digit is throbbing, and he's going to get it strapped up at the very least. Messrs. Charlesworth and Phillips, who were busy this morning, put together a very good opening partnership for the second time in the game. Took the opportunity to nip off the field. It is going to be a 5 or 10 minute delay. Leicestershire obviously not going to hurry. You can see some, as I say, very threatening clouds heading our way, and they'll be hoping that they disgorge something. What's going on elsewhere? Let's see if Derbyshire are continuing to hold their end up down at Lords. Well, they are. They're 126 for 4, which means they lead by 111 now. Very, very far from a sort of safe lead, that's for sure, but no further wickets lost since lunch. And the other game that affects Leicestershire in particular, and of course potentially Gloucestershire going forward, is down the road at Northampton, down the M1. Glamorgan 131 for 3, and they lead by 185, but it doesn't look like they're particularly pressing on the accelerator, and
I don't think they sort of
whether
don't
they
need
declare
to,
it tea and just have 40 overs just to see.
Yeah, you'd imagine. Well, I don't know, who knows? Maybe final day pitch, they get Mason Crane on.
Well,
Yeah,
indeed,
know.
it's not. You never quite know, but they're getting themselves into a position whereby they might, at some stage later this afternoon, think about declaring.
They can't leave Northamptonshire anything at all. They've got
No.
to secure the 8 for the draw, plus the
Indeed,
presumably 7 points that they've got bonus-wise, I think.
they are 20 or 5 points ahead theoretically at the moment of Derby, and I'm sure they're aware, as Leicestershire, of what's going on at Lords, and we'll be thinking, well, if that's a draw will is fine for us as well. So, and that will suit Leicestershire as well. So everybody's sort of hoping everybody else draws, I think, except, well, I was hoping Leicestershire get beaten, but
Yeah, I'm trying to think from a Gloucestershire point of view what actually they would want out of that Middlesex Derbyshire game. They probably would want a draw, just so it keeps both Middlesex and Derbyshire around about the same margin. But I guess really the most concerning thing for them is the fact that Glamorgan have kept pace. They were 34 points ahead of Gloucestershire. Second place is the the most important thing for now, and 34 points will still be the gap if Gloucestershire aren't able. It looks as if it's going to be very tricky to take these 9 wickets, and things have got really quite gloomy again, and there's sort of the feeling, I think, that it may start to rain again at any moment. And it's not just this billowing cloud that we could see approaching, there's more behind it as the attention continues for Ian Holland. I think it's just about wrapping up now.
Yeah, nothing is being done very quickly out there from Leicestershire's point of view, which is forgivable.
Yeah, I think most sides, any side, will be doing it in their position. The only thing is that if you get so much in the mode of thinking about time, that actually you're occupying some of your mind with that sort of stuff instead of just really getting in the zone and concentrating on the ball. So you've got to be a little bit careful as a side, just thinking purely in terms of survival in that respect. But yeah, as I say, I think basically any team would be doing the same in that position. I'll just tell you what's going on at New Road, by the way, because Nottinghamshire need 22 more runs to win, but they have just lost a 7th wicket. Liam Patterson-White was dismissed for 23, and there comes the rain. It was looking as if it was going to be any moment, and it is very heavy. And this is going to be a serious problem for Gloucestershire. It is teeming it down, and it looks pretty similar, I have to say, to the weather that we had yesterday, which ended up costing us, what was it, about 2 hours or so?
You can maybe hear it in the effects mic actually hitting the windows of the commentary box. If the shower just after lunch was a slight one, just coming towards the end of it, this is not slight. It is very heavy, and the covers are being pushed on. The umpires are walking off, Gloucestershire players walking off hands, plunge gloomily into pockets, and it suggests 1 or 2 of them ran off, because it won't last forever, that's for sure. But just behind this particular cloud burst, there looks to be another couple coming. But anyway, on go the covers, and we are going to have, I assume now, at least a 15-minute break, and possibly a few minutes longer. So I think Ed and I won't keep speculating and talking about what may or may not happen this afternoon. I'm sure you'll all be keeping an eye on the scores elsewhere. Certainly if you're a Leicestershire supporter, you will be, particularly at Lords and Northampton, obviously. If there's the remotest prospect of play, or an indication of, early tea, something like that, he says, still digesting his lunch, we'll obviously let you know as soon as we get any information. But for now, I think it's probably as well if we just give the listeners, and indeed those watching on the Fox's TV stream, a rest.
Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
As Holland charges in, and Latkin came down the track and hit that straight back over.
In this competition so far, as he digs it in short, and that's another inside edge
Of his over. That one tucked away by D'Oliveira, and is that going to race away to the boundary? It is.
How well the pace-off bowlers will do today as Scriven comes in to D'Oliveira, who's onto the front foot, and that's a lovely shot. That's going to go all the way for 4. American viewers as well, as Scriven comes in, strays onto the pads, and
As Scriven comes back in for his 5th ball. That one finds the outside edge, and that will race away to the boundary.
Green comes in again, and that's a genuine edge.
As Tom Scriven charges in again, this one straight back past him.
Green comes in as this is whipped through mid-wicket. Green comes in, and this is flayed over the offside this time. Again, another short delivery.
Wow, that has been slapped.
D'Oliveira waits again. Fuller ball, and that almost carries to Budinger at backward point. White comes in, and D'Oliveira just reverse sweep coming out from D'Oliveira, and he's going to beat the man in the ring, and that's another boundary, and that brings up D'Oliveira's 50.
He's been hitting it all over the place.
And this next ball's lofted over mid-on.
Doing the duties there. This one is played away over onto the leg side.
Patel comes in, and this is swept, but it's missed. Laskin's missed it. The umpire's finger goes up. He's out LBW, and a much-needed wicket there for the Leicestershire Foxes. Full ball to Kashivali, who's just driven that back.
Fine leg to Green as D'Oliveira onto the front foot once again. And as I've said a few times so far, that today and this pitch so far is because of the weather that we've had, and that just beats the outside edge.
He's got him.
He's got him stumped.
As Green comes in and D'Oliveira creams this through backward point. 3 list A100s as well to his name. As he comes in again, D'Oliveira on strike. Play through wide, mid on. And he's gone, Libby's gone, caught and bowled. For a second there.
Leicestershire have just brought themselves back into the game here, as D'Oliveira works that up to long on, and that's 100 for D'Oliveira off 99 balls. 300 plus as Scriven comes in, and just slightly short and wide. Will Rishi Patel get there? End up supporting the Rapids as Scriven comes in again, short, and D'Oliveira is down the track and miscues it straight to Hanscom.
In comes Tom Scriven now. Second ball, that's punched away off the bowl into Rob Jones. And that one is punched away brilliantly off the back foot past the umpire. That's cut away again brilliantly.
My accent there, given the long on from the long gone, and
as that one is pulled away fantastically.
Mrs. Patel found out, and Brooks misses out on the reverse sweep, and he's given.
Round the wicket again. Down on one knee goes Rob Jones, and he pulled that away fantastically as he comes back in again.
And Cullen this time.
Halfway through the over now. In comes Green again. That one was a full toss.
As that looks like it's a slower ball, or an attempted slower ball, but it's bunted through the offside. In fact, it's a no ball. But either way, that'll be Jones's 50. Scriven in again. Outside the off stump, and that's a nice shot.
Over the wicket now, Ian Holland. That one is hit straight from the Bennett end.
In he comes, and this is played. Scriven in again. Cullen this time driving uppishly through the offside.
He tried to hit it. Goes for it again this time and connects way better. In fact, he's connected with it so well.
Through that area.
An easy 2 through the cow corner region if that's where he's aiming. Instead he's going straight down the ground. There's a fielder on the road, and this could be a big total. As he gives himself room again. He hasn't timed this one though, Rob Jones. Masood underneath this one, takes the catch, and a very good innings from Rob Jones comes to an end. I don't think we will as Patel comes back round. This is flicked away off the pads, and that will race away for 4. And that takes the over total to 8 now from the over. Last ball then of the 48th over. And coming down the track, Shan Masood is in play again, and he makes the catch again. Safe hands from the Pakistan Test captain. Huge win for them.
So this next ball is flipped up to long off. In fact, it goes over long on.
4 balls to go in the Worcestershire innings. Bowled him! Rishi Patel has a maiden list A 5-wicket haul, and he has absolutely deserved that. The severity of the injury we'll have to see later down the innings as Rishi Patel chops on to his stumps, and that is not the start that Leicestershire needed.
As this time there will be runs, there's going to be 4 of them.
The Leicestershire innings is underway as Gibbon returns from the pavilion end, and that one is turned around the corner nicely by Lewis Hill as Gibbon charges in again. That one cut away much better by Lewis Hill, and that will run away for another boundary.
It's going to be Allison again from the Bennett end. And that's a simple catch to cover. Budinger.
The anchor role for other big scores.
Faces up again and plays this through backward square.
Third over. That one drifting onto the pads and flicked away by Lewis Hill. There's a chase on in the outfield. This outfield is rapid.
Allison bowls a very full ball, which Cox does well to dig out. Three slips in position. Allison strays down the leg side. Allison in, and this is driven through the offside. A nice shot through the covers.
Ben Gibbon again continues, and that is a glorious drive from Shan Masood. Masood on strike again. That's at bottom edge, and that will race away for another boundary. Shan Masood getting away with this one. And now that one, he's flashed away. Will it reach the boundary? As Waite charges in again, Masood will flick that one down to fine leg, and he will make it 250. It has been a very good knock from Shan Masood.
This time Cox strikes it through the offside. It's not going to beat the man in the deep, but they'll come through for 2 runs.
Not wearing their Panamas, which means that it is in the nature of an inspection rather than any sort of official indication we are about to start again. The Gloucestershire side, who are in a good position in the game, they've reduced Leicestershire to 23 for 1 in their second innings, and still needing another 293 from 66.2 overs. But the covers, which were in the process of being taken off and almost had been taken off, are now being pushed back on. There is a horrible dark cloud. It's just sort of passing to the right of the ground as we look out to the sort of south, so passing to the, in fact it really is throwing it down over there, over the sort of M1 to the west of the ground. But at the moment, looking to our left, to the east, there's blue sky. That to one window it looks like the world is about to end through one window, and the others it looks like a gloriously blue sky and sunny day. So it is all very strange. The ground staff are pointing at the heavy dark cloud that is above the electronic scoreboard, away, as I say, to the sort of southwest. But at the moment it is not raining, so I don't think we're far from the umpires telling the ground staff that to take the covers off again and we can start. Let's see what happens. No, the tractor isn't attached to them at the moment. It's pulling away, leaving the wheeled covers that usually go on the pitch, and in fact on go the wheeled covers. But Ed, I can't actually see that it's raining at the moment. I don't know. Can you see?
No, I can't. I just think even if we do seem to be missing the majority of this filthy cloud, you can still see rain blowing off the edge of it, I think, exactly where the weather's coming from. So I would be quite surprised if it weren't going to rain quite soon. I think that seemed to be what the ground staff were telling the umpires, that okay, we can take them off if you want, but we think it's going to be raining again within a few minutes. And I think every now and then you just get a few little drops coming in off this dark cloud. If we caught that, then I'm not even sure if we'd have had any more play today. But that particular cloud seems to have skirted us, and yeah, well, the umpires are still out there, the rope's still going round, but the covers are very much still going on rather than coming off.
The announcement a few minutes ago was we were going to try and start again at 2, so the rope is still going round the outfield. They've brought the wheeled covers back over the pitch, possibly as a precaution. Gloucestershire are continuing to warm up in a fairly desultory fashion down below us. No sign, of course, of the Leicestershire batsmen. They will stay in the pavilion until the very, very last moment. In fact, more than that, judging by what happened last time. Post-lunch, they were very slow in coming out. Now the umpire's still talking to the ground staff, and All sorts of gestures we're trying to interpret for you here. The wind is getting up again under the dark cloud.
And now the rope's just destroyed the mound of sawdust as it's been driven down by the tractor.
That's a minor thing for this game, isn't it?
I know.
Everything else has happened one way or another. Here come Messrs Baldwin and Adnan, the two umpires, marching towards their little room. They have their own little umpires' room down below us on the ground floor, obviously, of the pavilion. The two dressing rooms are on the first floor, incidentally. The dressing rooms were renovated in the last couple of years. Umpire Adnan has made a 2 sign, so perhaps saying 2 minutes.
Yeah, so they must still
So
be
they are
looking to start at 2 after all, yeah.
Yeah, or 2 o'clock.
Same difference,
So,
it's 2 minutes to 2.
yeah. So, well, we are going to try and start again.
I'm not sure we're going to make it, to be honest.
No.
It's getting darker and darker.
23 for 1 is the Leicestershire score. The umpires, by the way, says the PA, are still looking to start at 2 o'clock. We're waiting to see if there's an adjustment to the number of overs left to be bowled, which at the moment reads 66.2. 9 wickets for Gloucestershire. An increasingly unlikely 293 runs for Leicestershire to win the game. But I don't think, Ed, winning the game is in their thoughts at the moment.
No, I think realistically, even if they were to start off at the required run rate, whatever that is, that'd be well over 4 and over. Even if they were to start like that, then there's every chance they could have another 10 overs knocked off, 15 overs or something at some point, and the equation completely changes. So it does feel more like survival than really going after that target.
Rishi Patel and Ian Holland are actually out there now. I suspect they might have been admonished slightly, so they're ready for a prompt resumption this time.
News, by the way, from New Road that Nottinghamshire had defeated Worcestershire by 3 wickets, and the winning runs were creamed through the covers by Josh Tongue.
Of course they were. How many wickets did he take as
it
well?
was about
He
7 or
sort of broke
something
the
like that,
game
wasn't
open,
it?
didn't he?
Let's see, his first innings, him and Pennington did most of the damage. Pennington got 4, Tongue got 3.
6 overs more. 6 overs have been lost, so it's gone from 66.2 remaining to 60.2. So, wow. That's quite a lot.
Yeah, well,
actually.
considering we only lost
We
1 over for
one
10 minutes,
yeah.
that's really surprising we've lost that many. Yeah.
But lost them we have, and Leicestershire have 60.2 overs to survive. Well, remember, Leicestershire supporters and Gloucestershire supporters, that Leicestershire lost their last 6 wickets in the space of adding just 22 runs yesterday afternoon. So it may be that Gloucestershire don't need 60.2 overs, but they have lost 6 more overs of those that were available to them. Umpire Baldwin waves at the scorers. Umpire Adnan says 2 to come. He's at square leg at the moment, and those 2 deliveries will be bowled by Ajit Singh Dale.
It still does look as if it's just filling in rather than clearing this weather, but cricket and Singh Dale in and bowling, and that's been thick-edged by Holland for his first runs down towards the deep third boundary. It won't get there. Sliding stop from Phillips. A bit of relay fielding as he flicks it back into Ollie Price, and a couple of runs to Holland, and the score to 25 for 1. Speaking of relay fielding, I was asked the question by some of the Gloucestershire supporters about the new fielding law about these relay catches that they've changed, because I think that there was, I don't know whether at one stage they were thinking that one of the first innings of the top edge, Gloucestershire's first innings, could be a relay catch. Singh Dale bowls hand off the bat there from Holland, but he's able to turn it round the corner to backwards square. They just want the 1, and at the end of the over, 26 for 1. But these new fielding laws that have come in, you're now no longer to do what they termed the bunny hop. So you catch the ball in the field of play, throw it up, go outside the field of play, jump up in the air so you're no longer in contact with the ground, then throw it back up and catch it back in the field of play. That's been outlawed, which I don't think anybody would have any issue with. You're only allowed one touch effectively beyond the boundary now rather than multiple. But the other one is with the relay catches, if you can visualise this.
I'll try to, as Matt Taylor comes in and bowls to Holland. That's a decent shout for leg before, but a touch high, I suspect. But it was nice movement. Holland was on the back foot and was hit fairly adjacent. It looked to be in front, but for me that was just a touch high. Let's have a look at the replay. Actually, probably got his back pad on which he was hit, just above it, in fact, outside the line.
Yeah, that's what I was
wondering. Did a bit too much, but it did plenty. And remember, the ball is only 7.1 overs old, so Taylor getting movement away from the right-hander, comes in and bowls a little bit shorter then, and as a consequence Holland finds it much more comfortable to play and does drop it out off the back foot into the offside, and there is no run. Well, the worst of the dark clouds drifted away to the north.
Droplets of rain though.
Can you see them?
Just very fine.
Not enough to disturb play, it would appear. Umpires, remember, got their nice Panama style hats on as well. Taylor, 36 on his back, is in and bowls. Good line, good length, but Holland leaning forward is equal to it. Doesn't really move too much and he blocks it out into the offside. And there is no run. I think we can pretty much definitively rule out Leicestershire winning this game now. 290 off 60 essentially is a very doable, under normal circumstances, but I don't think these are normal circumstances. Taylor is in and bowls again straight, slightly squares up himself really, Holland there, as he walks or settles into a defensive block, almost French cricket style. Saul Budinger walking round the outfield.
French cricket from Dutch.
Yes, with Liam Travaskis and Tom Scriven. His teammates aren't moving from their places in the dressing room. Nobody else is allowed to move. Taylor is in, bowls short, little bit short, outside off stump, maybe just on off stump and up on his toes. Holland again, much more comfortable against that sort of length. What Nikesh calls a hard length, doesn't he?
Yeah,
in fact, he was even shorter than that, if anything.
Yes, I'm not sure he meant to bowl it there because he's just been scraping away at the footholds, and he also didn't follow through at all after he delivered that ball. He had such a small follow through. It was like watching David Payne bowl one of his slower balls at the end of a T20, where he's taken to basically delivering seemingly with the same arm speed, etc. But he'll only follow through about a pace or two now.
Taylor, quick feet as he runs in and bowls fullish, looking to on drive is Holland, and he's got it through. I thought for a minute Josh Shaw was going to get across from mid-on, but in fact he was actually well short of the line of the ball as it went past him, and it runs on down the hill too long on for 4. So the most authoritative attacking shot of his innings so far by Ian Holland. It's been a little bit bitty out there for him. 7 now to him off 22 balls. Patel also has 7. He's faced just the 13 deliveries. Leicestershire 30 for 1 off 8. 59 overs remain to be bowled today.
It's a useful shot that from Holland, not just in terms of being positive, etc., but also get the ball rolling across the wet outfield, get that seam wet. Singdale in and bowls, Patel forward and across, defending to mid-off.
Yeah, David Lloyd used to talk about when the ball used to, in the old days, that some of the buildings around the ground, certainly in the north, Headingley and Old Trafford, used to have sort of concrete steps up to them, quite close to the boundary edge, which were a genuine hazard for the fielding side. But if the batsman managed to hit the ball into them, it used to do the ball an awful lot of damage. And David Lloyd used to go, "That's the best concrete shot I've ever seen." And he says it thumped into them.
Rain continues to blow across. Fine rain. Oh, that bounces up on Holland, who's already taken 2 blows to the gloves. I think he managed to... Sorry, it's Patel on strike. It looked as though that one did bounce on him.
It's raining quite hard, ain't it?
Yeah. There is, again...
The ground stuff are ready to go.
Sure they are. There is plenty of blue sky up above, but there's also another dark cloud, just seems to be one behind the other at the moment on the way. Singdale in now, Patel covers up, and playing it with almost both toes facing the boulder a little bit, but it's middle of the bat on it.
You're right. I mean, if the longer they keep them out there in this, the damper the ball is inevitably going to get, and Leicestershire will not mind that at all.
It's really fine. I mean, you can see how much the droplets are being blown about, so umpires may feel that it's not causing an enormous amount of damage yet. Singdale goes in now, bowls to Patel, and he will ride the bounce of that one, drop it down just fine of him. Jack Taylor comes up from 4th slip to do a little bit of polishing and drying all in one go, I think.
Ian Holland is very much in the ear of umpire Paul Baldwin at the moment.
We can't be expected to play on through this. Are you just going to allow the pitch to be spiced up even more, so we've got to play on it? 30 for 1. Singdale in bowls a fuller delivery, which is clipped away by Patel, and only as far as the short mid-wicket dives down to his left, prevents runs, but as much as anything else, so far not a huge amount of trouble in this over.
No further wickets post-lunch at Lords. Derbyshire still just 4 down, 147 for 4, lead by 132.
Singdale to complete his 5th over in now and bowls, and Patel defends confidently on the front foot to point, and that completes the over. 30 for 1 after 9 overs. At some point Gloucestershire will require, presumably, if they don't go to spin, it'll be Actor and Shaw, and how they back up, as well as Singdale and Taylor have bowled, figures to be pretty key. And in fact, I didn't see that time is going to be now, because Josh Shaw is already removing outer layer and is replacing Matt Taylor.
Didn't quite find the rhythm that he had in the first innings, Matt Taylor, yet he may well do so later on this afternoon. It's the solidly built Yorkshireman now who's going to take over from the left armour. Spins the ball from hand to hand, then looks down and grips it across the seam. 3 slips go down behind Ian Holland. Shaw is in and bowled a little bit short outside off stump and punched away off the back foot by Holland, and that is going to go the distance. Jack Taylor's pursuit was that of a man who knew he was never really going to catch that one, keeping himself warm as much as anything. So Holland into double figures onto 11, 34 for 1.
Durham continuing to subside at Chelmsford, 105 for 7, still trailing by 19 runs, with Porter and Harmer doing the majority of the damage. Looking at a trip to Chesterley Street next season, perhaps.
Shaw bowls. It's a little bit fuller. Holland, as is his wont, stays back, blocks it out towards mid-wicket, straight mid-on really this time. Keeps it out solidly enough. Rishi Patel comes walking down to have a word with his skipper.
It's always a trip to be relished.
Lovely part of the world.
Yes, yeah, it is. Yeah. If you can get there.
In goes Shaw and bowls, and again, waiting for it is Holland. Wait on the back foot as he drops that one out towards point. Zaman, who's at a sort of backward point, comes into field. The ground staff are still standing in front of the covers, but they are at least in conversation now. They were almost sort of like sprinters down in the crouch a few minutes ago, ready to bring the covers on. Now they look a little bit more relaxed about the situation. Shaw bustles in and bowls on off stump again. Holland stays deep, looking to guide it out into the offside. Doesn't quite time it. Runs out fairly slowly towards Taylor, who's got sort of blue reflective sunglasses perched atop his navy Gloucestershire cap. The fine rain does appear to have stopped for now. In goes Shaw and bowls. That's Fuller, but it's drifting onto the legs of Holland. He can clip it away down towards deep backward square. Think about a second, but it will be just the one. No risks taken. It would have been a risky one. Good throw came in from the sweeper, fairly close to the stumps. Holland moves on to 12:35 for 1. Ball to go in. Shaw's opening over in this second innings. Turns about a 15-yard or so run, energetic, bowls outside off stump, grunts with the effort, but he's directed it just a touch wide outside off stump, and Rishi Patel, who's played, I emphasise again, with great responsibility out there, just lets it go through outside off stump. He remains on 7 off 20, 10 overs. Just 10 overs in the innings. It seems to have been going on for quite a long time, but before lunch, after lunch, on, off, we've had just the 10 overs in that time. 35 for 1. Leicestershire, Patel 7, Holland 12.
No change from the Bennett end yet, so Singdale will have his 6th over. Umpire Baldwin on his walkie-talkie. I wonder if that is to ask for the floodlights to be turned on. It's fairly gloomy. He certainly played in worse, but I might want the floodlights to be turned on. Singdale in bowls, and that catches Holland somewhere fairly awkward. Maybe just, yeah, judging by the piece of protective equipment that he is adjusting, it was just to the left and a bit down of that other piece of protective equipment. So he just about got away with that one, but he continues to be discomforted by his, I think, former teammate, Ajit Singdale. Here he comes, runs in now, bowls, back of a length, fended off round the corner by Holland. There'll just be the one here. I think that might have been off the glove again, but it's a single. 36 for 1. The way that Holland is playing Singdale at the moment, I'd be pretty tempted to get a short leg in, even if he's not going to bang it in short. That's several deliveries that are striking him on the glove, and whilst it's certainly commendable to have the 4 slips, I do wonder whether might get somebody in close on that onside. Singdale in now, bowls, and Patel comes forward, playing that one slightly on the move, not only forward but also across, as he was sort of
excitingly, Match delayed by rain at Lords.
Right.
Leicestershire won't mind that at all.
Glamorgan have lost a 5th wicket at Wantage Road. Colin Ingram has been removed. How on earth do you do that? Let's ask Calvin Harrison. I'm sure too many people in Division 2 this year have succeeded in doing that. Singdale bowls and passes the edge of Rishi Patel. He makes a gesture. I'm not quite sure what to say, but he rehearses potentially leaving it, and well, I think in the end he's just gone, yeah, it's a pretty good one. Good carry. Bit of jag away. But no edge. So Glamorgan 164 for 5, leading by 218 runs. If it rains at all, they think that game's probably dead anyway. Take quite a collapse from Glamorgan even now to bring Northamptonshire back in to things. Josh Shaw's come up several steps at fine leg as Singdale bowls and drifts onto the pads of Rishi Patel, and he's flicked away through mid-wicket for 4 runs as the rain returns in possibly slightly more steady fashion. Patel and Holland staring directly at umpire Baldwin. But again, almost as soon as it gets a bit heavier, it gets a little bit lighter and continues to be fairly fine. You know that Gloucestershire would be just as disgruntled if the umpires went off and didn't allow this a chance to just blow through again. They're in that position where they're going to upset somebody. In this position, the umpires. 40 for 1. Singdale completes his over by bowling. It's a good delivery, tight to the stumps, equally well left in the end by Patel, and died through to Bracey, who had to get down and stop that one really off the half volley. 40 for 1 and 11 overs gone. Singdale's bowled 6 overs across about 3 spells, I think, with the rain breaks that we've had. I wonder how much longer he can keep going, whether Gloucestershire are thinking in terms of spin or a bit of Zaman Akhtar, I suppose, given that Holland's been hit on the gloves a couple of times. May well be Akhtar, but I can't see spin not playing a part at some point, but maybe once the ball's got a little bit older.
Josh Shaw continues, bowled a little bit short on off stump, and Holland stands up tall, plays it firmly out to Graham Van Buren at middle. Beginning just to look a little bit more settled at the crease. Holland, 30 balls faced now by him. So it's been an outstanding all-round season for Leicestershire's acting captain. 426 runs coming into this game as Shaw bowls, again similar sort of length, and Holland is comfortable there. Again, he can stay back and play it firmly out to mid-off to go with 31 wickets, so make that, what, 34 wickets now. And in the first innings he made 17, so 30 runs to add to those 426, so 456 runs and 34 wickets is a pretty good return. Power to add, of course, as well. Two matches and this innings to go as in goes Shaw, bowls on the legs. It's turned on the back foot, obviously, by Holland out to mid-wicket. One is calmly taken. Moves on to 14.
Floodlights are coming on, which surely means the sun is going to come out at any moment. Do you think it might do, you know? It's getting towards that patch of blue over there.
We think we're going to get away with this. The sort of heavier dark cloud is beginning to break up a little bit away above the scoreboard, which probably means it will rain like Billy-O in a few minutes' time. It's been very hard to know what is going to be happening when. In goes Shaw, and bowls straight, and Patel plays it beautifully straight back down the wicket defensively. It trickles past the stumps at the non-striker's end. Matt Taylor, hands clasped behind his back, quite sort of respectfully, like an, I don't know, like an undertaker almost at funerals. Unclasps one of the hands and reaches down and picks it up. The dead ball, that is.
Jack's still got his hands behind his back. No, he's readying them now.
Shaw is in outside off stump for better length, but not a better direction, and Holland lets it go through. The body language of the two is similar, isn't it? You can, yes, you wouldn't pick it out not knowing that they were related, but knowing they relate, then you start watching them, and you can see just little familial traits. Perhaps.
It is. It's quite fun. I always said this about watching the Prices bat together. That often sort of watching them walk towards each other is a little bit like watching a mirror image, even though Ollie's taller than Tom.
Shaw is in. That is straighter. But the ball doesn't move too much from off stump, and Patel with that solid bat just waits for it and blots it back down the pitch, playing very straight at the moment, Rishi Patel, and to good effect. Here comes some more rain, but it is again on the wind, and it is relatively light at the moment, but it is, because the wind's heading our way, it's blowing into our commentary box. We're going to have to close the windows again. The sound of the window again. Effects mic.
Well, a little bit of work there.
Interesting noise. 41 for 1 after 12. 55 overs remain if we get them all. It's raining quite hard now.
Yeah. And again, it gets brighter seemingly as the rain gets heavier. Bizarre day. Singdale in and bowls, and that's prodded away to point for no run by Holland, so it'll be a 7th over for Singdale. These sorts of days are just, Gloucestershire of course have to want to be out there, but if you're umpires or even people sitting outside trying to spectate, and you've just got that wind blowing and the rain attacking your face, does make you question why you do follow this game. Singtail bowls full and then straight defended. Back to the bowler who decides to deflect it with his boot towards mid-off. Again, there's no run, there's gusts again.
One word arrives from Dave Fletcher at Lords. It's a word I like very much, and that word is biblical.
Oh.
It is raining very hard at Lords.
Gosh. Continues to lighten and increase in intensity in very short bursts here. Good length ball knocked down into the ground by Holland, who's doing some more suspicious prodding after pretty much everybody got synchronised prodding now from Holland and Patel. Leicestershire nerves will be eased somewhat whilst those two are there, and looking that they are, and I'm not trying to do anything here, I'm just stating what I can see. There is much more of an air of permanence about things now, as Singtail just shows that there is still some life very much in this surface as he bowls a sort of it's about 5th stump line maybe. That one really came out well, and Holland, looking at the replay, I think he did motion to start to play at that and then withdrew. Here it comes, a little heavier again, and thank you. Singdale in now, and this is pushed away towards mid-off, and Buren will scuttle across and stop it. Better in than out, I think. That's the effects mic I'm talking about.
Yes, we hasten to add it. It's the noise of the effects mic being squeezed by the UPVC double glazing we have up here.
The sound of UPV on whatever they make those foam, like such a polystyrene foam or whatever it is. Seeing Dale in and bowls, there's the one that doesn't bounce quite so much, and Holland has to stay in a crouched position to defend it away to mid-off. I think there's a ball bowler and hasn't had enough of this rain blowing in their faces. I don't know, there's going to be a conference anyway. 41 for 1 after 13.
Having a chat, but we are going to continue. Yes, he's going to be catching the rain in his face, isn't he? Hassan Adnan, he's facing into it. Umpire Baldwin's got his back to it, so his broad back to it, so he's not too worried. Sure, then, to continue from the pavilion end. Now just the 2 slips as he bowls to Patel outside off stump, half volley, driven away for 2 wide from Josh Shaw, and the length was wrong as well, and Rishi Patel, very carefully though he is, has been there long enough not to miss out, and he didn't. He moves on to 15 off 28, 45 for 1.
It's just been that 1 or even 2 deliveries, even if it's only for a single. There's been a couple of deliveries in each of his first 2 overs that have just allowed some of that pressure to feel as if it's not quite there, and it's not easy conditions to bowl, and you've got a wet ball, you've got the wind is going to be another,
and it's sort of gusting as well as Shaw runs in and bowls. That's a straighter delivery, doesn't move though, and Patel played firmly out into the covers where Jack Taylor is the fielder.
It's so hard to know what do you do as an umpire in this situation when you've got the rain so relatively consistent but fine, but it comes through on the wind at some point. Surely you probably do have to say it's gone on for long enough, but it's always going to feel quite arbitrary when that point is.
Shaw bowls, Fullish again, drifting a little bit though towards Midland. Patel half forward, closes his bat face on. He was thinking in terms of the on drive, I suspect. Shaw's right hand started to go into the air. I thought he was going to sneak through onto the pads. Didn't. Patel had to adjust and did. Pushed it out towards mid-on. Shaw, very straight, uncomplicated run is in and bowls full outside off stump, out swinger. Patel half forward, was tempted to go for the drive again, made a late decision not to, and a wise decision not to, I suspect. There was a little bit of outswing there from Josh Shaw, maybe after it had gone past the stumps through to the wicket-keeper, but movement nonetheless. Welcome to listeners on BBC Radio Sports Extra to the Uptonsteel County Ground in Leicester as Shaw is in, Shaw of Gloucestershire. That one comes back a little bit to Rishi Patel, who stepped forward and left a bit. Ball almost brushed his front pad. Nicely bowled by the Yorkshireman Shaw for Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire looking for 9 further wickets to pull off what would be a super victory for them, and a victory that they almost certainly need if they're going to have any chance of a late push for promotion. Leicestershire looking at the result, or not the result yet at Lords, but the conditions at Lords where the game has been delayed by rain. Shaw is in to Patel, squares him up, thick outside edge along the ground all the way towards backward point where Zaman is the fielder. End of the over. But if Leicestershire can emerge with a draw from this game, and as I say, they're 45 for 1, 53 overs potentially remain to be bowled today, it looks now increasingly likely as though the Derbyshire-Middlesex game is going to end in a draw. If that is the case, a draw for Leicestershire will result in enough points for them, 12 in fact, for their promotion to be confirmed.
Yeah, very much as Richard said, and as Ajit Singh Dale said in the interview, I did with him last night. They're very much thinking in terms of having to win 3 out of 3 to have a shot at promotion, and that's why they've set the game up the way that they have. The equation, when Gloucestershire pulled out this morning after going on the charge, declaring at 175 for 3 with 60s from Ben Charlesworth, 61 from 56 balls, including 3 mighty 6s, and then Joe Phillips, who made a 69, not out. The equation was 316 from 74, but as the covers are now coming back on, as the rain's just got that little bit heavier and the players make their way off, I think we even knew really when that equation was set with 74 overs to be bowled in the day. At that point we knew that it was incredibly unlikely that we were going to get all of those overs in. We've already lost, what is it, 8 overs, 7 overs I think even before this break, and I don't think anybody could have any problem with the umpires coming off in this. It's now started to get quite a bit heavier again. We can see some blue sky behind this latest shower cloud, but at the same time it doesn't look as if it's going to be no sort of interruption at all, and the overs will just continue to be knocked off that Gloucestershire have to try and effect this victory. A frustrating experience for them because they have been really in control of this match pretty much since the toss, when they won it and decided to bat first, piled up 482. Admittedly, Leicestershire looks as though they might wrestle that control back with a century from Shan Masood and the 88 from Lewis Hill, but the collapse in the middle order and the excellent bowling from Gloucestershire with that second new ball meant they maintained control, could decide what they wanted to do on this final day. The time lost over yesterday and today is very frustrating for Gloucestershire because they've actually played, I think, one of their best games of the season here from start to finish, but frustratingly it looks as if from their point of view it may be too little too late.
Yeah, just to emphasise Ed's point, it's unlikely that we are done for the day here. There is blue sky behind these shower clouds that are coming over, but there is going to be, I would suggest now, a fairly substantial delay. We've had a couple of 10-minute delays, but this could be half an hour or more because they're having to put the hand covers out over the square, and they take time both to get on and obviously to get off as well. The tractor dragging the covers out there for the hard-working ground staff to pull over the square and over the bowlers' run-ups, etc. It is raining pretty hard here at the moment. It continues to rain at Lords, which is good news as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Derbyshire 153 for 4, lead by 138 runs down at headquarters, and that game looks almost certain to be ending in a draw. They really have getting some heavy rain down there. Glamorgan, on the other hand, down the road at Northampton. Glamorgan at second in the Division 2 table at the moment, are 185 for 6 now in their second innings against Northampton. They lead by 239. They aren't getting rain at the moment. They're down there, down the M1, 40 miles or so south of Leicester. Oh, it's heavy now. It's heavy now. Really heavy, the rain now here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. It is going to be a substantial delay. It's going to take at least 10 overs off, maybe quite a lot more. So, but that Glamorgan versus Northampton game, if it goes on and is set up quite nicely at the moment, then that won't affect Leicestershire's chances of promotion. Glamorgan, as I say, in second. Even if they win, they'll obviously close to a certain extent on Leicester at the top of the table, but it won't affect the 2 promotion places. So just in the short term, i.e. today, that is all Leicestershire are worried about. If and when the rain stops and there's some prospect, in fact it's easing now to a certain extent, but it is, as I say, going to be some little time to get the covers that are coming on off again or finish putting on. It is still raining to a certain extent, and so they have to get themselves sorted out, the ground staff, and the umpires will come back out again. But these conditions aren't helping Gloucestershire in terms of both the overs that are being taken off, but also the conditions in terms of getting the ball wet as well.
Yeah, exactly.
It's getting easier and easier for Leicestershire to play against the softer ball.
Yeah, you can see what. I mean, you know, you can just see it. Yes, there's still a bit of up and down, and I think actually that's the one thing that you might get a bit more of as the pitch takes more and more water. I would have got another good soaking there, but right.
Tea will be taken at 2:40.
So no play until at least 3 o'clock. In that case, with
it might just limit the amount of overs that
is
are lost.
True, yeah. But yeah, no. In terms of the ball, I mean, you can see the seam movement is less. Matt Taylor was getting a couple of balls really to go quite nicely off the seam. That you know, there's the difference in the height of the seam versus the rest of the ball just goes when it gets wet as the stitching gets soggy, and then if you're trying to polish one side of it for swing, then it all just goes into a soggy mess. So it becomes so much easier to play when you can trust the line of the ball, just not necessarily the length, but as we've seen Holland, even in the latter part of his innings, especially have a bit of trouble in that regard. But yeah, they did seem to be moving Leicestershire anyway into a relatively safe position, Rishi Patel and Ian Holland, and yeah, we're going to lose at least another 15 minutes worth of overs, so yeah, another four or five overs maybe, and then that's assuming that we start again at 3 o'clock, which I think is quite a big assumption, even though there is now a bit more blue than darkness exactly where the weather's coming from, but it just doesn't feel like a day where it's suddenly going to clear and you get another couple of hours of sunshine. It's just not that sort of a day.
So we will take some tea and hopefully be back with you shortly before 3 o'clock for, well, what could be a momentous session of cricket for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. 45 for 1. They are in their second innings. 53 overs at the moment remain to be bowled. It will be fewer than that. Certainly we think possibly around about 46, 47 after the tea interval. If it is dry, those are the overs that Leicestershire will have to survive in order to secure promotion, assuming there is no further play at Lord's. Back with you here at Grace Road, the Uptonsteel County Ground, in around about 20 minutes' time.
Dutchie, congratulations, a proud honour to be named Leicestershire captain and a very exciting time for the season.
Yeah, no, it's a real honour to be named captain for this last month, and really looking forward to what's in store. It's been a really great year so far, and I'm sure we can finish it off on a really good note.
Big boots to fill, but obviously you're close to Pete. What have you said to him, and what will you be channeling from the way that he's led this side?
Yeah, Pete's been amazing all year, just the way he's been really consistent with the group and the structure that we've played our red ball cricket with. Yeah, he's been amazing as a captain, and for me it's I think a really seamless job to go into now with the amount of senior players we have in the group and the consistency we've been playing our red ball cricket. So yeah, I think yeah, Pete's done an amazing job, and it's just sort of more or less of what we've been doing so far this year.
And Ian Holland, the captain, what qualities will you be looking to take onto the field and in the changing room as well?
Again, I think much of what I do normally I'm not going to change, and like I said, there's a good group of senior players out there, and yeah, I mean, always want to be someone that leads by example with the way you play and being competitive, and I think yeah, as long as we can just continue as a team to build on what we've done this year and really hone in on the process of how we're going, I'm really confident we'll be fine.
You've had a bit of time to rest and recover.
Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
does all mean that we have lost only 4 overs, I think. The overs remaining has been reduced to 51, and I'm not sure, but I think it was at 55 before
Yeah, I think that sounds about
took
right.
the players off the field. So this could be a very long session indeed, one of the longest we've ever played, potentially. The idea is normally to have, remember, 32 overs in a session, but potentially we could have 51 here, and at the moment the weather is set reasonably fair at the Uptonsteel County Ground, so Leicestershire have plenty of work to do. They're about to resume in their second innings on 45-4-1. Well, notionally they still need another 271 runs to win the game, but as I say, more likely as the sun comes blazing out, they need to survive those 51 overs. And the 2 men at the crease are Rishi Patel, who is on 15, and Ian Holland, who's captaining the Foxes in this game. He's on 14. You're listening to Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester and to Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Gloucestershire, bringing you the session during which, if Leicestershire can survive those notional 51 overs, they are almost certain to be promoted. It is raining heavily at Lords, and if the game between Derby and Middlesex, Derbyshire and Middlesex, ends in a draw, all Leicestershire need to do is draw this game to be certain of promotion. But as I say, they have plenty of work to do, and Ed will pick up the commentary with Zaman Akhtar starting his first bowling of the Leicestershire second innings from the Bennett end.
Yes, so they are sticking with one of their quicks from that end. 2 slips bowling to Holland now. No ball first up. And that's played in defence into the covers. So that makes it 47 for 1. 269 from 51 overs. I think we can fairly safely throw that out the window if we hadn't already. So 50 overs and 5 balls. No, 6 balls of course, because of the no ball. Actor in, and Holland turns that one down to fine leg, and we'll pick up another run. So 48 for 1. Gloucestershire's over rate has also gone to -3. It would be, I suppose, a frustration as much as anything else if they didn't come away with more points at least than Leicestershire out of this game, if they are to be penalised in that regard. But they do still have time to sort that out, assuming we're playing. Actor bowls down the leg side, and a good take from Bracey to tidy that one up. Did lift a bit, but it wasn't going to trouble Rishi Patel at all. Both batters on 15, put on 31 for this second wicket, but have seen off some of the danger from Gloucestershire's opening bowlers, and still the only wicket. Sol Budinger cutting a ball down to deep third. Actor bowls, tries a Yorker, but doesn't quite get it in that block hole. It's well driven by Rishi Patel. There's a good half stop from Luke Charlesworth, who's on as a substitute fielder at mid-off. He'll come through for a second run as well, and that will bring up the 50 for Leicestershire. 50 for 1. Patel on to 17. Looking around to see who's not on the field. I think fairly predictably it's Ajit Singh Dale who isn't. Actor bowls short delivery, not a particularly harmful one, and Patel ducks underneath it. Singh Dale having bowled a fair chunk really. It was all 7, wasn't it, from that Bennett end? Yeah, 7 overs and across several rain breaks. So Gloucestershire, I'm sure, imagining that he's not going to bowl for a bit, so he's off the field, hopefully just precautionary. Actor in now and let go by Rishi Patel. Doesn't quite seem to be in rhythm yet, Zaman Actor, but As we said before, just because the floodlights are on and there's cloud cover doesn't mean that it's amazing conditions to bowl in. Really, it's a bit chilly, it's quite windy, and then you're having to start and stop again all the time. Not always the easiest for bowlers or batters. This is guided away by Patel down to deep third, where Van Buren fields. He's not got his cap on and he's immediately sprinting up towards the bowling crease. So he was warming up, and he was warming up because he's coming straight on, and in fact so is Ajit Singh Dale, so he was only off the field for 1 over. 51 for 1, 50 overs left.
So theoretically this could be a 3-hour session essentially. 17 overs an hour. That was considered relatively slow going in the old days,
Yeah.
wasn't it? 20 overs an hour was more often par for the course. These days 16 overs an hour is the sort of official par, so to speak. Graham Van Buren then, left arm, is going to come around the wicket to Rishi Patel, who goes back and steers it quite stylishly out through the vacant point area. Josh Shaw finds himself out there in front of the manual scoreboard and the hobbit holes. What did you call them? What did we tell you they were called?
Pizza pods, wasn't it?
Pizza
Yeah.
pods, that's right. In goes Van Buren, very full this time, and Holland can get forward and stroke it out to the same fielder, who has to run forward, and this time to his right towards extra cover. He could be busy. Josh Shaw may not mind being so, because as I say, it's quite chilly out there. Van Buren is in. Patel is poking it rather out towards extra cover, where Price has his hands plunged deep in his pockets, keeping them warm, as in goes Van Buren, back goes Patel. It is a touch short, punched by Patel, but only as far as Singh Dale, who's a little bit deep at mid-on, makes the stop. 53 for 1. As Van Buren is in, leg stump worked by Patel out towards backward square. Should have to hurry a little bit there, Holland, and he did have to hurry a little bit. Mac Taylor, left armour, got to the ball with his left hand, flicked it into James Bracey, who took off the bails, but Holland had just got up enough speed, I should say, to make his ground. Van Buren is in to him. He steps forward and leaves the ball outside off stump. Van Buren is running around now. It's the end of the over, and all the Gloucestershire players are running, which suggests that they are conscious of the over rate. Actually.
Yeah, so I'm sure they would. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about -1. I don't think I'd really want that either, because it's just not a it's not a habit you want to be allowing yourself to slip into. You know, it's not something that they'd be particularly pleased with. But in terms of actually coming away with fewer points, or the same number of points as they would at this stage if it were a draw, wouldn't be ideal. Actor in and bowls full delivery. It's thudded somewhat on the drive through point. They'll get one. Hammond tried to spring to his feet and launch the throw in quickly there, but ended up losing his balance because of the dampness in the outfield, so they get through for the second run easily enough. 56 for 1. This radar site that I've got suggests another heavy burst in about half an hour's time, followed by another one at about 4:30, so it's just that sort of a day. 2 slips away. Actor bowls left by Rishi Patel. That one gets through a bit better as far as Bracey's concerned, as Actor tries to get into his rhythm on this chilly, breezy day. Hands shoved into pockets by several. Hammond at point is having a chat with umpire Adnan mid on. Hands in pockets as well. Actor in and bowls, left alone, but it's another no ball. That will not help Gloucestershire's cause in terms of getting through the overs. 58 for 1. Josh Shaw, without wishing to have any stereotyping here, short sleeves down there at fine leg. It's absolutely fine. Actor, smooth approach, leaps in and bowls down the leg side. There's a bit of a flick at that, does Patel, but nothing on it through to Bracey. There's that sort of length sometimes with those flicks away that does produce the leg side strangulation. A little bit of bounce and higher part of the back court possibly, or heading towards the glove. Actor in now, bowls, another delivery which is over pitched and driven away through the covers, controlled fashion by Rishi Patel. He knows what weight of shot he needs to reach the boundary and wasn't going to go any harder at the ball than that. A controlled boundary for him, and Actor struggling a little here in his second over. He's gone for 14 runs already and the 2 no balls included in that. I mean, it is now 62 for 1, and James Bracey may already be having his thinking cap on as far as what to do at that Bennett end. Actor bowls, and that carries through well, but it's well wide of off stump. Even if Patel had played a shot at that, it probably would have gone over the top of his attempt, whatever it would have been. So there still looks as though there's some up and down, and once again the pitch got a good soaking before the ground staff could get the covers on. Actor in now and straying onto leg stump, over pitched and on leg stump, and Patel will pick him off, not quite for 4, but only because of the length of that boundary. Joe Phillips is able to slide across and keep it down to 2, but 2 overs for 16 for Zaman Actor. Gloucestershire have only got 48 overs to play with after this, and that's even assuming we get all of them in. They can't afford for much looseness if they want these 9 wickets. 64 for 1.
No, those figures rather reflect the bowling as well. It's not always the case, but they do on that occasion. Just hasn't quite got it right in those first 2 overs yet. Van Buren is in, bowls outside off stump, and Holland waits for it and then cuts it out to Shaw on the backward point boundary. Good throw, well, quick throw from Shaw, got it away quickly. It wasn't the most accurate bounce just before Bracey wasn't able to take the ball cleanly, but the fact it was on its way to the vicinity kept Holland from taking a second. Van Buren is in to Patel, whose head is right over the ball as he stretches forward and blocks that one out into the offside. Ollie Price jogs in to field, lobs the ball underarm to Van Buren, who goes in and bowls very short. Patel has hit it up into the air, but he's going to get away with that one. He went down on one knee and tried to wipe it into the middle of next week. He's actually got a 4 out of it, but that was a rather odd one from Rishi Patel. It was over, there was a certain amount of pent-up pressure release there really from him. He went down on one knee and tried to clobber it over the meat, if not into the nets, and didn't really get it all, but he got away with it and picks up 4. Van Buren is in, bowls a better length to him, and he defends that one down the pitch on the onside. I think that he immediately looked up, having hit that shot, knowing he'd sort of gone underneath it a little bit. Van Buren is in, Patel is forward, just turns his wrists on the defensive push, back up to Van Buren it goes.
It did well to get it so far in front of square,
Well,
considering it, you know, I was looking out to deep square thinking maybe it was a catch.
Van Buren is in, bowls a little bit of a half volley, which Patel does drive, but Price, a very good pair of hands, falls to his right at shortish cover and makes the stop before throwing the ball demonstratively to Ajit Singh Dale, because it's the end of the over and Dale will be able to give it to his teammate Akhtar to continue the bowling from the Bennett end, but at the moment, whisper it. Well, don't say it then, Richard. I won't say that it looks comfortable.
Oh dear, in the coming 30 minutes there is the possibility of a rain shower with thunder. Ugh. Actor continues and bowls one too wide, and that's left comfortably by Holland. It does bounce nicely, but if Holland is in the frame of mind he is, I'm not sure he's going to be too troubled by that.
Do you not like an electrical storm, does it? Is that
Well,
particularly-
I'm neither here nor there as long as I'm safe, but but it's more the possibility of that really being terminal. But I suppose we're getting towards the stage anyway where, unless Gloucestershire take some quick wickets, one more shower kind of kills it. It's a better delivery from Actor, although it doesn't really bounce particularly through to Bracey, although there was nothing of Actor's doing that time. It was more like the line that Holland might have been tempted to have a probe at, but he wasn't.
Still no play at Lords. Glamorgan still only 6 down and continuing to bat at Northampton. They're 204 for 6, leading by 258.
The ground staff are beginning to move some covers out of the way at Lords as Actor bowls, and that's flicked awkwardly round the corner by Holland, but he does get the ball in the area that he was intending to, and straight along the floor, and takes a single, 70 for 1. I will say they're moving toward the covers, but the puddle that I saw just about 10 minutes ago when I looked at the pictures from there, I say puddle, it was more of a lake.
On the outfield
On
or
the
on
outfield.
the covers? It's a famously quick draining ground
So,
there
yeah.
now, Lords.
I mean, even at as good a draining ground as it is, this is driven by Patel rather, reaching after it and can't get it past cover. Picked up by Jack Taylor, but even at Lords, figures to take quite some time to clear up.
Tell you what, that black cloud with your electrical storm in it, with your thunder in it,
Yeah,
it's beginning to build.
be even sooner than 5:30, 5:40-ish. This is predicting. Actor in now, and a straight delivery is played respectfully back to Zaman Actor. Patel, there's a lot of batters like to do to quicker bowling. You see, I can come at you already. Little enough reaction time, but I actually don't need all that. Come down even further. Holland just doing a bit of gardening at the non-strikers end, but Actor in once more and bowls and tightens things up again to Patel, who defends into the onside. So a better over there from Actor, just a single from it. 70 for 1. Gloucestershire need wickets, and they need them quickly.
I get the impression Glamorgan have pretty much settled for the draw
Yeah, I think so.
at Northampton, which may be enough to confirm their promotion as well. May it not?
I think probably not, with 2 rounds left.
Oh, no, of course not. Yeah, 2.
But it'd be very hard to make up that margin.
Van Buren is in, tosses that one up nicely, but Holland isn't to be tempted, just leans forward and blocks the ball out to Price. No, of course, there's the 2. For some reason I was thinking only 1 left. As Van Buren is in, oh, back goes Holland, nibbles it away off his off stump. There is some slow turn for Graham Van Buren, but as I say, emphasise the slow, so Holland on the back foot was able to adjust to just nurdle it down towards sort of short third man and pick up a single. Van Buren is in, forward goes Patel. We have now one of those situations where the sun is out on the ground, but where the weather is coming from, it is almost black. It would make a very good photograph. In fact, I might even take one. In goes Van Buren, and just wide of slip. Patel went for the big drive, got the edge. Hammond leapt to his right at slip, and then Patel, starting to play a little bit loosely, got away with one. Went probably around about chest high, about 2 feet wide of Hammond's reaching hand. He may just have brushed his fingertips, couldn't quite get there. Second slip, would have been, well, it would have been straight at him almost. Patel, fortunate indeed, moves on to 36. In goes Van Buren, drifting on towards leg stump this time, so Patel can lean forward and turn it out to mid-wicket for 1. That was close.
Almost as he starts to get more confident and play a shot like that, that's when the wicket could come.
Exactly that. In goes Van Buren outside off stump, little bit wide and flat, and Holland can go back and steer it out to shore towards the point boundary and take 1. He moves on to 20, keeps the strike, 77 for 1. I saw Ollie Price starting to warm up there, so
Yeah.
it's a man's spell, which wasn't the greatest he's ever bowled. Looks like it's going to be one of the shorter ones he's also bowled as well.
It was a better third over, but equally when, I mean, even that over, there wasn't a huge amount of threat in it, and given that Ollie Price has taken, whilst it was only the 1 wicket in the first innings, it was arguably the most important wicket, because it was that of Shan Masood, which then allowed them to start running through that middle order. Take another important one here round the corner, and no run as it's picked up by Matt Taylor. Bit of turn there from Ollie Price. He does get some grip and some bounce from his height. Just the slip close by down the leg side, missed by Holland completely this time, so a couple of quick dots, but dots pretty much absolutely fine for Leicestershire. There's a little bit of drift on that one maybe from Ollie Price, but Holland, being the right-hander, is able to work with the turn, nudge it away through square leg, and there's a single 78 for 1 as Patel organises himself, fiddles about with the gloves and gets himself into position. Price bowls to him and clipped away through mid-wicket. Again, just gently
be safe in saying that we are not going to get them all, and we may not get quite a lot of them.
Price bowls, it's a drag down, which sits up for Holland, but he doesn't want to have a cross-batted hack at it. Plays it with a vertical bat and turns it to deep mid-wicket for a single. And whilst you do have 2 batters in a fairly defensive frame of mind, I mean, they're not looking too troubled really by the spin, as reaching for that one, Patel holding the pose of the defensive shot square on the offside. Just think, why not get somebody else close around the bat? Not really losing anything, the runs aren't important. Price bowls, clipped away to square leg by Patel. Phillips fields. Got a big mud stain down his right leg as Phillips, one of those slides on the boundary. Price bowls, wide delivery. Patel almost moonwalks to that one and defends it to the offside. Certainly didn't need to do it, but why not? Let's pretend the stumps are set away from where they are. Turned into leg side again. No run, just one run from the over so far, and it's almost got that feel, not quite, but as though, again, it's as though Leicestershire is sort of obliging Gloucestershire of just getting their over rate back in the same way as Gloucestershire sort of seemed to on that second morning. Driven through the offside by Patel, it'll be swept up by Charlesworth in the deep out at cover, but 2 more runs to move Rishi Patel on to 41. Another, and I don't use this disparagingly, but fairly gentle over. Ends, not a great deal of venom coming out of the bat. It's a well bowled over pretty much from Ollie Price. He's not done anything wrong, but there's just not that feel of threat until Gloucestershire find a way to break this partnership. It's 86 for 1.
Van Buren bowls, forward goes Ian Holland, and then politely stops the ball from rolling further away from him, just to make life a touch easier for Bracey, stepping out behind the stumps to pick it up. Van Buren's 7th over as he comes in and bowls. Holland is drawn into the drive, a little unconvincingly, to the extent that he takes his bottom hand off the bat as he pushes it out through the gap in the covers out towards Josh Shaw, who is interrupted in mid-conversation with Mark Lane. In goes Van Buren, bowls onto the legs of Patel, nibbles it around the corner. No, he doesn't, because it comes off the pad. It's running down to fine leg for 4-leg eyes. Thought he'd got a little bit of something on that, but apparently not. Van Buren does the double teapot, a sort of mock double teapot, I think. I think he's fairly relaxed about it all.
He's probably smiling as well.
He usually is, isn't he?
It's a safe bet, yeah.
Runs in and bowls, brings Patel forward, blocking out into the offside. He's on 41 now, Rishi Patel. Could do with a nice little blob. So, just needs to keep playing in this restrained way as Van Buren is in. Oh, that's a decent shout! As Patel came forward, played inside the line. Now, what was that missing?
Well, he said it was going down the leg side.
So it didn't turn enough. Is the indication from umpire Adnan? Actually, probably a fair shout that. It did go on a bit.
Yeah.
So well done, ump. In goes Van Buren, and that one spins past the outside edge of Rishi Patel's bat. So 2 in 2 really in terms of beating the bat for Graham Van Buren, but no luck on either occasion. It was a decent shout, but it was slipping down, I think. But then one that bounced and turned. But 91 for 1. It remains the score. Patel 41, Holland 26, and I think I can start to see a little bit of moisture in front of the trees, maybe in the air. Maybe wrong. 91 for 1.
Price continuing, and Holland once again working to leg with the off spinner, fielded at square leg. As we once again welcome back listeners on Radio 5 Sports Extra, as Ollie Price is bowling to Ian Holland, and that's defended into the onside for no run. We still have 36 overs remaining in theory in the day's play after this over, with Gloucestershire hunting an unlikely 9 wickets, as that one just stays down a bit. Holland gets into the crouch and defends, but Richard, I'm sure, shortly can bring you fully up to date with what Leicestershire need out of this game and others around, as firing in this one is Ollie Price, and it's defended by Ian Holland. From the Gloucestershire point of view, just to recap for those Sports Extra listeners, realistically they've got to win all their remaining matches, as that's down the leg side, and Bracey doesn't take it cleanly but does enough to ensure the ball doesn't go too far away. Set the game up, but we've lost a lot of time over the last couple of days due to the weather, and I'm afraid to say it looks as though we'll be losing even more in fairly short order, as that's turned to short mid-wicket for no run. There is a horrible looking cloud over. Well, I say horrible, I mean, perhaps it's not so horrible from a Leicestershire point of view, but it's a filthy looking thundercloud, which so far we haven't heard any rumbles, but it does feel as though at any moment we might do so. 91 for 1 at the end of the over.
We can see curtains of rain underneath it, but at the moment they're just far enough away from the ground. There's some uneasy looks being cast towards it by the umpires in particular, but at the moment we play on in distinctly interesting light. 91 for 1. 36 overs potentially remain to be bowled, and if Leicestershire can survive them, given what's going on at Lord's, to wit nothing because of the weather, if the game between Derbyshire and Middlesex is drawn, as now seems 99% certain, and if Leicestershire can survive without losing 9 quick wickets, their promotion to Division 1 will be assured. Leg slip has gone in now for Miles Hammond, and the fact that Hammond is bowling is possibly an indication that Gloucestershire are not convinced they're going to win this one. That is clipped by Patel to mid-on, and there is no run. Matt Taylor, the fielder. Hammond is in and bowls. That one turns a bit and gets a little chorus of sort of approval from his teammates. We were watching them warm up, the Gloucestershire bowlers, and Miles Hammond was probably turning it more than anybody, admittedly on a very used pitch. In he goes and bowls, drops that one a little bit short. Patel goes back and calmly works it out to deep mid-wicket, who underarms the ball back to Graham Van Buren. The over 8 is back at +1. So Gloucestershire are not going to lose any of the potentially 15 points they're going to take from this game, as Hammond is in, tosses it up nicely, nice little bit of bounce as well, a little bit of inside edge onto the pad. Ball loops towards leg slip but falls well short of Ollie Price.
I think that's accurate. Leg
slip. Leg slip.
Yeah.
As Hammond steps in and bowls, forward goes Holland, pushing it out towards backward square. Singhdale comes jogging into field.
Price is a conventional slip, and then Charlesworth out on the boundary. Hammond, of course, would normally be the slip again with the spinner bowling, but
the other slip,
otherwise occupied.
Indeed. Tosses it up, full toss in fact, and outside off stump. Holland drives it away. Shaw runs up the rope from cover towards extra cover to field, and one is taken. I can't believe this is going to drift overhead, but it just might.
I think even now almost Gloucestershire are looking at the umpires and thinking,
hopefully,
well, maybe do we not just say it's bad light and we can go off before the rain comes.
We did have a measure yesterday, and umpire Paul Baldwin has taken out his light meter,
gesturing almost towards the Leicestershire batters. I'm not sure actually almost that either party now particularly wants to stay out.
Bracey is staying at that far end, talking to Paul Baldwin. The two Leicestershire batters have had a chat in mid-pitch and are wandering back to their positions at the respective ends of the wicket.
It's going to absolutely cascade it down any second, surely. It's amazing that it hasn't done so before now.
Well, Ajit Singhdale is warming up, so that would take us off, I think.
Right. Is that the idea then? Okay.
I suspect, cynically, it might be.
Ollie Price continuing to Holland. It stays a little low. It's worked away to square leg, and there's no run.
Okay, huge news, Leicestershire supporters. The game at Lord's is over. It is a draw. Middlesex and Derbyshire have drawn at Lord's.
Price bowls, turned round the corner to short fine leg. And Matt Taylor. It's funny, I noticed that the sun's actually come out there, but they've obviously decided, I'm not surprised, the outfield is so wet there that it's just not going to dry in time.
Which means if Leicestershire draw this game, they are promoted. Can they survive these 34.4 overs or less?
There's just been a shout, I think, from the balcony down below us, or if not by one of the supporters, of yes, come on, get in. Price bowls, defended into the onside. There is no run. And so we could... In fact, no, the umpires are going off. They are going off. We've just had a few drops of rain and the umpires are not waiting around for it to get any heavier.
Well, officially, this game is not over. So, officially, Leicestershire cannot celebrate. Hands are not being shaken, but Ian Holland and Rishi Patel have done a good job there. They've extended the partnership for the second wicket to 76. On comes the covers. I can't actually see that it's raining, but the light is so bad, it is very hard. If the floodlights are on the tractor, the headlights are on the tractor, suggesting that, you know, well, that gives you an idea just how dark it is here at the moment. 93 for 1 when Ian Holland and Rishi Patel leave the field to a loud round of applause from the Leicestershire faithful. They are on the very brink of being promoted here, the Foxes, but it is not yet officially confirmed, because officially this game is not yet over. So we are going to have to hang on, Leicestershire supporters, and wait for that official moment when hands are shaken and the game is over and Leicestershire are indeed promoted. If the situation remains the same, Gloucestershire, who have outplayed Leicestershire in this game, will take 15 points from the game, which unfortunately it isn't likely to be enough in terms of giving them any sort of realistic chance of nipping in at the last minute.
No, so the margin going in between them and Glamorgan was 34 points, so in theory it could still happen with 2 wins, so they've got to believe that it could, but they need now Glamorgan basically to lose their last 2. I think that's the only way that it happens, and I'm not sure Glamorgan are playing the kind of cricket at the moment that it looks as though they're going to lose 2 in a row.
They play Derbyshire next, don't they, Glamorgan?
That's the other problem, isn't it? Because Derbyshire are 10 points ahead of Gloucestershire, although they might not be at the end of this round. I don't know how many bonus points Derbyshire picked up. Gloucestershire might have gained a couple on them, but you know, there's a lot of results basically that are going to have to go Gloucestershire's way. So frustration for them, but at the end of the day, they have only won 1 match this season, whereas Glamorgan have won 5, so even if they were to win their last 2, you'd have to say Glamorgan have got over the line more than Gloucestershire anyway. But frustration in this game, because it's really felt as if it could have been a game where Gloucestershire could have got over the line. They would have been able to build up a lead much bigger even than that 316 run lead that they had, and could really have battered Leicestershire out of the game and still had enough time to bowl them out a second time. But that's not the way that it has worked out. I'm sure that if this is the end of the game, I'm sure there'll be a lot that Gloucestershire can take confidence-wise out of this, and they'll hope to continue to play the sort of cricket that they did.
Here
this
comes
game,
the rain,
yeah.
and it is hammering down here at Leicestershire, and this may well be it. We might just have to wait a few minutes for confirmation, I suspect here. But if James Bracey accepts, I think, the inevitable,
Yeah.
and shakes hands with Ian Holland as the rain hammers against the commentary box windows, you may be able to hear it. The tractor speeds about with the covers. It is light behind the cloud, but I really can't see them getting bat out here. And if that is the case, then Leicestershire are promoted. But officially, we can't actually say that, and it could be a few minutes, but there could be an announcement. Oh, on goes the rain, the covers are going on, the poor ground staff are getting absolutely drenched now. They're getting the covers out there, but I think, although I'm not sure Gloucestershire have been entirely impressed with some of the work that they've done in this game, I think even they might feel that there's not much that can be done now. The run-ups are getting a thorough soaking as well now. The pitch is obviously covered, but my word, I'd be astonished if we get any further play. And after 22 years, if that is the case, being out of the First Division, Leicestershire will be back. I don't know whether we should keep talking, but it's going to be. It could be a good few minutes before we can barely see actually the outfield now, because the rain is now so hard. It is almost hail.
Extraordinary,
You can hear it.
And anytime you think it can't get any heavier, it gets even heavier. I mean, already you look at the used pitch ends, and those have turned into mud baths. They'll be turning into puddles pretty soon. And you know, from the body language of the umpires and the Gloucestershire players even out there, I think they had pretty much accepted what was going to happen. And
I think once we got the quick overs in, that was what it was all about.
I really
just
don't
to make
think
sure
this is going to be quick in terms of, sorry, we're going to be slow in terms of when the two captains shake hands. It's just a question of when that information filters through. The only thing I was thinking was, as loud as the rain was on the roof, we actually be able to hear an announcement, but it's got a little bit, well, everything's relative, it's still teaming it down, but
it's not quite thumping off the roof behind us, or
you can at least hear the tractor
Morris
now.
Burrows terrace roof alongside. Yes, quite as loudly as it was, but as Ed said, it's been enough to soak the ends of the used pitches that aren't covered on the extensive Grace Road Square, and they in themselves, you would have thought, are going to be a fairly muddy problem if they were even to think seriously about restarting or attempting to restart. But overs are coming off with every 3-4 minutes that go past.
Yeah, 3.5 I think.
3.5 minutes, is it? And at the moment, the bright lights on the electronic scoreboard showing 34.3 overs left to go. This is a very Leicestershire way to get promoted, really, sort of in an odd, sort of slightly unsatisfactory but nonetheless pleasing way. If it all happens sort of off the field as a consequence of the weather, well, so be it. But it's not because of what's happened off the field. It's because of the way they've played throughout the season up to this point.
In terms of the season, if you, I think, whilst we may not want to say it absolutely for definite, the cricket that Leicestershire have played before now, of course, it's well, it could have been worse, I guess. We could have been sitting here for hours waiting on the Middlesex versus Derbyshire finish, so at least we know what's happened there. But in terms of the campaign overall, the strengths and weaknesses of Leicestershire, I mean, the journey that they've been on, what about that? Because it was an extraordinary start, wasn't it?
It was, and once they, momentum's an amazing thing in any sport, but including in cricket as well, which is not always, appreciated to what extent confidence and momentum sort of can affect a side, even over a sort of 4-day game. And they found a way that they got into a method from the very beginning, and they built a side without stars, really. You look at the averages for the county second division, and Leicestershire aren't really up. No Leicestershire players are really sort of dominating. There's nobody with taken 50 wickets or scored 1,000 runs. I don't think there's a Leicestershire batter in the top 10 in terms of total runs scored, but most people have chipped in. Certainly in the wins, made a serious contribution. Rehan Ahmed, who's not here, 760 runs and 5 centuries, stands out to a huge extent, because nobody else has scored more than the 2 centuries scored by Peter Hanscom. And Lewis Hill has those 2 centuries, arguably should have 4, really, and will consider himself a little bit unlucky not to have those, but he's made a huge contribution, and obviously so too did Hanscom, the other century maker, Sol Budinger, and it made a difference in the win over, it was Rishi Patel made the century in the win over Northampton, but Sol Budinger too, with a maiden first class century, made a contribution at times. But all the way through, you can go through it. Logan van Beek, the 30 plus wickets and 351 runs to his name. Ben Cox has batted really nicely at times behind the stumps. He's kept really well.
He helped to win that game at Bristol earlier this season.
I spoke earlier about Ian Holland's contribution with both bat and ball, and he would, I think, be the all-rounder of the season in those terms. 34 wickets and the best part of 500 first-class runs. That's been huge from him. But people who aren't here in this game, as mentioned, Rehan Ahmed, Tom Scriven too has made an important contribution at times, and you can go through the side like that. But I think the most important thing is probably those three 30-plus wicket takers, including Ben Green, who again isn't here in this game. We hoped he would be, but he's doing the business for Somerset at the moment. But he's been a huge part as well.
Yeah, and I'm sure in terms of Ben Green, I mean, he's somebody who at Somerset has, if not quite been pigeonholed as a white ball bowler. When he's played red ball cricket, they've often used him as this sort of makeshift opener, which must take away from what it is that he should be doing. Oh, there we go. There's the thunderclap, if you can hear that at home or wherever you're listening from, because that is obviously pretty close. Thankfully, at least in terms of spectator safety, I think the actual cloud that it's come from has already moved past us, but I don't think I'm even going to need to bother to say that because of that clap of thunder we can't play for another 30 minutes. I think there's maybe a couple of other reasons why we shan't be playing.
Is that official
in
rule?
30 minutes? Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Right.
At least actually, I think it's. I never remember this because I don't have to anymore. But if it's within a certain distance, then the rule is that you can't
Who
play
measures the distance?
30
Do
minutes.
you measure it audibly? Is it
Yeah, I think ridiculously, I think there's this regulation where the umpires have to do the counting, but it doesn't really help much if you can't see the flash.
You've got to see the lightning as well, haven't
so
you?
I guess they probably end up estimating it off the basis of the volume of the thunder
pretty
clap
loud.
anyway, but yeah, it kind of been too far away. But yeah, I was talking about Ben Green because I just think it's an interesting case really of somebody who, and this continues for my money not to almost happen enough, and I realise that you're talking about financial aspects as well, but it's somebody who is coming here to get more cricket. It feels as though constantly players are looking to play less and less and move to another county just to be a part of a squad, or maybe get a game here and there, and you work with bowling coaches and maybe improve that way, but in terms of actually getting more cricket, Leicestershire have realised something there in Ben Green, because his previous first-class record with Somerset, as I say, the situation wasn't great for him to be in, but they've there's clearly a way that Leicestershire have had of getting the most out of cricketers like Ben Green.
And I guess we also have to pay tribute in that respect to Alphonso Thomas, whose Somerset connections probably didn't do any harm in bringing Green to Leicestershire. Firstly, obviously, on loan to play Championship cricket, and now, or at least at the end of this season, possibly even next week, from what we understand, it still remains a possibility that he might just have played that one extra game for Somerset, although that is very much up to Somerset. The sun's coming back out now, but I suspect in terms of the game as a whole, the damage has been well and truly done. But yes, you also have to, I think, pay tribute to the coaching staff for the squad that they've put together and the way they've brought them through. Alphonso Thomas and James Taylor, and of course the physio and the strength and conditioning staff as well. So it's been a real collective effort. You can't say, they brought in X from overseas and he scored 1,800 runs, or Y who took 60 wickets and what have you. It's been a real collective thing, and I think that'll be a concern in a way for next year, in that yes, they've made some new signings, but when one or two have been away in these recent weeks, perhaps a little bit of lack of depth has been exposed with the injuries, and there'll be those who'll be a little bit concerned about the county's sort of prospects in Division 1 as a consequence. But they've brought in a lot of experienced players. Green's coming full time. Josh Davey is bringing a lot of First Division experience and a lot of First Division wickets with him also, obviously from Somerset. John Tattersall brings a lot of experience as a former Yorkshire captain, of course, as well as a top class wicket keeper, and may play as a sort of middle order batsman, depending on who's available. But he does add depth to the squad. Peter Hanscom is obviously coming back as well, so there'll be a few changes, and they look to have strengthened in that respect. But I think Leicestershire supporters would like to see at least one more top wicket-taking bowler being
Yeah,
brought into
presumably
the
they've still got
side.
another overseas slot they could use.
Well, it
on
looks that way. Obviously, it doesn't look like they're going to go again with Logan Van Beek, who's had a great season, really.
Yeah, of course.
You know, and has made a huge contribution, sort of on and off the field. He's a cheerful soul, and you know, as I say, made a real difference. But it may be that there's a lot of talk about the South African spinner. Just trying to remember his surname now.
Keshab Maharaj, was it?
Maharaj, yeah. As a possibility, I think they are chasing him, but whether that will come off remains to be seen. But if they could find somebody who brings you 50 wickets and first division wickets, that would be hopeful. But you know, that's for the future, and I think tonight might be just, if and when it comes, because the sun is coming back out, a case for celebrations. They'll go back out and inspect, I would imagine, once this rain does actually stop,
Yeah,
which
still
isn't far away,
hasn't
but it
stopped.
hasn't. No, you're right. Once it does stop, they'll go out and talk to the ground staff, but then I suspect.
I mean, let's be honest, the run-ups haven't even been
No, they haven't.
covered,
No,
and
they
and that
haven't.
may have been, I don't know, I haven't been watching, to be honest. It may be as you know as much as anything else because of the thunder that we've had rather than the
Yes,
rain.
they've obviously retreated on that basis without putting out every cover, the ground staff.
I think that's basically good. I mean, if it wasn't killed already, all the scoreboard's been turned off.
Electronics. I was going to say, hang on, is it? Are we still getting power up here?
I appear to be,
Yes.
There's nothing there's nothing that's come through on any system, and we've not had any sort of announcements. It still just says rain on the online system here.
This is it, folks. You know, the covers are, well, they're not lakes, but there's some huge puddles on them. And as Ed has said, the run-ups have not been covered. The ground staff had to retreat when we had that huge clap of thunder, and those conditions are not going to be safe. The grass is so short on the outfield, then there's a lot of earth exposed, and that earth is now going to be mud.
Yes, exactly.
So
So this is
slippery.
what we had at the Cheltenham Festival, the second game of the Cheltenham Festival, Gloucestershire versus Middlesex, ended up playing on the final day, but really it was as much that damage to the outfield because of the lack of grass. The amount of dry weather that the ground staff have had to contend with has meant that a lot of these grounds
Right.
have that. Oh, here we
The
go.
two umpires are coming
coming
out with their coats on, and I think this may be it. They're wandering out just to confirm.
Here come
Just
the
to confirm.
ground staff at the far end, so this may be the handshake between umpires and ground staff. That
So
that
we'll-
will be the sign
we'll keep
we might be
talking.
able to see.
Because it could all be about to end with a handshake. The head groundsman is coming out to talk to Hassan Adnan and Paul Baldwin, neither of whom have the body language of two men expecting to officiate with some more cricket later on today. Paul Baldwin is just inspecting the run-ups, and I think that might be it. The electronic scoreboard has been switched back on. It's 4 o'clock exactly on Thursday the 11th of September. It's saying how long would it take to clear up? Well, an hour?
Yeah, that's probably got to be
And
about
then would
it.
the ground be fit? The sunshine is quite hot. Now it's back out.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you have
But
to think what the
it's
appetite
going to be
of
muddy.
Gloucestershire would be for 15 overs where they've got to take 9 wickets.
And probably take their fitness into
Yes.
their, put their fitness at peril, really, because it's going to be quite slippery and slidey out there, and I suspect that might be that.
You can just see the way that the sun's reflecting off those mud patches, even on the far side of the ground now.
Yes. All the earth looks a little bit sort of shiny with moisture, slippery. It is a slightly patchy outfield at the moment, lots of tufts of grass rather than any sort of uniform covering, and looking down on it from up here on the pavilion you can see it all exposed. Umpires still talking to the ground staff. We're all watching for a handshake. Leicester supporters gathered below, waiting, watching. The umpires won't say until they've spoken to the captains officially, but if there is any sort of handshake, then that will give us the message. Well, they are wandering off to look at the edges of the covers now. They're giving it every chance in terms of inspection. Baldwin wandering off towards the electronic scoreboard.
I suspect there might be a
Looking
certain amount
down.
of squelching underneath those boots.
Exactly one. He's sort of going over the patches that we can see. How dangerous is it going to be in an hour's time or whatever? We have already lost the best part of half an hour since they went off, something like that.
Yeah, I was just going to go on here to see if I could get an exact timing. I'm always very bad at remembering exactly when we went off. Actually, it's been about 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
3:42 was the time of the latest rain interruption. So 20 minutes, we've lost, what's that? That's 5-6 overs at the moment, but of course that's, you know, adding on then the time it would take to clear up. So let's say even if it took an hour, we've lost 22 overs. There would be 12 overs for Gloucestershire to take 9 wickets in. I don't think they would realistically believe they could do that.
They would have to get the water off the covers. As I say, there's a lot on them, and when they do that, then they obviously that goes on to the outfield. It is then blotted, but it won't help it in terms of drying up quickly. Poor Baldwin is getting his steps in out there.
I mean, I would have to think surely this is just for the sake of what you're trained to do as as an umpire. You don't just call a game off from your room. You have to go and make full detailed notes, I think, on what the exact conditions of the ground were for the report. So
the groundsman's looking at his phone, which means he's probably looking at his weather app. Any more rain expected? Doesn't look like it actually at the moment.
For a long while anyway.
Set as fair as we have been.
A bowl of blue sky with, in the very, very distance, another larger cloud, but looks as if we should be okay for a little while weather-wise, but there is just such little time left in the game anyway. I think I can only imagine all they're doing is they're just gathering all the evidence. They'll present it to Gloucestershire first.
Yes.
And then they'll just at least be able to give them an exact number of how many overs they reckon they would be able to have. But there's still going to be some more marching around the outfield by the looks of things.
You would think something like, even if they start clearing now, it would be no more than 15, 16, 17 overs left,
Yeah,
possible by the close.
I can't. If an hour takes 16 off anyway, and we've lost the best part of what, 25 minutes now on top of that. So yeah, that's pushing 20, 23, 24 overs, isn't it? I'm doing my sums correctly. So that's 24 overs out of 34.3.
I mean, it's beautifully sunny at the moment, but the ground staff have not started taking off the covers. So this is all sort of time, in inverted commas, wasted in a way in those terms. He's walking behind the two umpires at the moment. No signs are being given. The umpires are now walking back together towards the pavilion. Everybody casting dark dark shadows from this lovely sunshine now. And I suspect that they'll might be going to talk to James Brace and say, what do you think? Still sort of gestures of saying, well, look, if you blocked this bit perhaps, or they're heading back to the pavilion.
It's sort of hard to see what the level of conversation could be about.
Paul Baldwin is making gestures as though he wants some work done. They're coming off now. Heads firmly down, making sure they don't, their body language isn't giving anything away. Leicester supporters gathered down below.
Well, desperate to try and engage them in conversation, but
catch
umpires
eyes.
are very
Catch
good at eyes down when they need to be.
I guess we'll have a announcement perhaps in a few minutes' time, or perhaps they're going to have a word with the captains, because there is still no work going on the outfield. Where's the groundsman gone? He's walking towards the medical centre. he needs some help in that respect.
The umpires have forced him to head there.
He's heading off to the meet.
Perhaps a few cakes left in the back there.
Get a sugar boost to start the work of taking off the covers. Who knows? We're all waiting.
They can see nothing moving out there except a crow waddling across in front of the scoreboard.
I can see a seagull over there walking towards the meet
we've got
as
a
well.
gull as
or
well,
a gull,
yeah.
I should say.
Very
It's a long way
exciting.
from the sea. Maybe he's come over with a city gull.
Otherwise, stillness. It's quite still actually, because the wind's dropped again now that that storm cloud's moved past.
It's all quite tense. I cannot imagine Gloucestershire, with the best will in the world, want to get back out on what will be a difficult surface at best. We're all waiting, folks.
The second crow now. Floodlights are still on as well.
Yes, that's a bit of a waste
Always
of
happens.
power and money. I suspect the umpires are talking to the captains now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you're not surprised by this announcement, but the umpires have decided that no further play.
No further play is possible. Leicestershire are promoted. After 22 years, Leicestershire are promoted back into the First Division. The Foxes will play with the elite, in inverted commas, next season after all this time. And straight up on the electronic scoreboard goes the sign, promoted. Will it be first, will it be second? Well, just at the moment I suspect nobody in the Leicestershire dressing room cares very much, because after a season in which they've already won 6 games with 2 more to play, that is more than anybody else actually in the county championship, divisionals 1 or 2, and on that basis it's hard to argue that the Fox's promotion is not deserved, and it's a shame that some of those who played such a huge part in winning that promotion, I'm thinking of Peter Hanscom back down in Australia, the skipper. Well, his side have been promoted, and he can be very proud of his efforts. Ben Green down at Somerset, as I say, has played a huge part as well. Rahan Ahmed away with England at the moment, he too will be celebrating, I'm sure. And the guys who have played maybe not quite such huge roles, but nonetheless important roles, who are injured at the moment, the likes of Tom Scriven, he too can be very proud of his efforts. Everybody else in the Leicestershire dressing room as well. You can hear the applause for the Leicestershire players. Perhaps they've come out onto the balcony now. We will try and get down there and find out and talk to as many as we can, and then bring you some interviews here on BBC Radio Leicester. But well, Ed, Leicestershire are back.
Well done, Leicestershire, and I think it's always exciting to see these sorts of stories, and from the outside it has felt as though this has been building for Leicestershire, and well, Gloucestershire will hope for something similar themselves as soon as next season even. But you have to say, as you said, Leicestershire have been the absolute standard as far as Division 2 has gone this season, and absolutely deserving of their chance at the top division. Gloucestershire will be pleased with the way that they've played in this game, measuring up against what have been the best side in the division this season. But from their point of view, they come away from this game with 15 points.
And an awful lot of credit as well.
Certainly one of their, but I don't know, probably even include the win against Kent at Bristol actually in this. I think this has been their most complete performance in the Championship of the season so far, but realistically in 30.3 overs that was possible, they were never going to be bowling Leicestershire out in that number of overs, and they really couldn't have declared a great deal sooner. You might be able to quibble over 4 or 5 overs either way if you really feel the need to do that, but Leicestershire, I think with that Patel and Holland partnership, they really did dig in actually in the end, and there was the danger that this could be a complete damp squib, and I think the resistance shown there by Patel and Holland at the end was a fitting way to finish it off.
Well, I'm going to go and join in the celebrations because it's been a long time coming, and there's a lot of congratulations to be handed out. So from the Uptonsteel County Ground, a delighted and happy, if rather damp, Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, which will be hosting First Division cricket next season for the first time for 22 years. There goes the champagne. We will be back with you for the next game against Kent. But from Ed Seaborn and from myself, Richard Ray, it's a very good afternoon to you from the Uptonsteel. Bye-bye.